run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could. Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rainbow Six Siege Community Cup presented by the Esports Club, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner is none other than Local. It's going to be your boy Aggressive here on the hot seat one more time. And after yesterday, I have no idea what to expect. But at my side, it's going to be my loving friend Baba Gusta. And I don't think I want to share this moment with anyone. It's back up on the upper brackets. The lower brackets run was something that was extraordinary in every way, shape, and form. And now we're going to be witnessing it all over again from the start all the way up till the very end. Crouch Potatoes going up against Waterboyz, two very prominent teams right off the get go. But at the same time, you do have to question how the side of Waterboyz will be playing up against Crouch Potatoes, because Waterboyz, they had a pretty good run. And on the other side of the spectrum, they took down Nokaila Warriors, who were one of the crowd favorites here going into this Community Cup.
Yeah, and talk about lower brackets, aggressive. You could say that for Team Noah Kyla Warriors, they still have a chance in the lower brackets, but we just need to see who will be that team who will join up against them. Will it be Team Crouch Potatoes or would it be Team Waterboyz who will join alongside in the lower brackets? But as we talk about the match schedule itself, we have a two semi-finals upper bracket matchups. As like I said, Crouch Potatoes and Team Waterboyz, and then you also had the second matchup, which will happen after the first match comes to an end. So, all in all, let's take a look at the format itself. Talk about the journey that we went all the way from qualifiers 1, qualifiers 2. We had a total of 64 teams from 4th to 7th August and 19th to 22nd. Now it is 27th August and we are here for the playoffs. Top 8 teams, in which two of the teams that we've witnessed in yesterday, Team North Star and Kira Esports, unfortunately have to bow out of the tournament, which leads to the rest of six teams still qualified and still fighting their spot into the grand finals. Whether or not if there is a quick change of scenario that will happen in the upper brackets matchup, that's exactly where that we will try to see. They're also fighting for the prize pool of total of 6,000 credits, 6,000 credits per player, which means a total of 30,000 credits per team. So knowing that you have a lot of R6 credits on your hands, you still gotta, you still can get good R6 credits if you at least reached on 7th or 8th position, which in fact you have, you'll at least get 600 credits per player. So we've already determined what exactly happened on 7th and 8th place. Second to 6th place are yet to be determined, in which we'll be able to see it on tomorrow. Today, of course, will be the upper brackets matchup. So we got to see who will proceed into the next phase and who will go down to the lower brackets, who will fight the final fight. So, all in all, the prize pool itself, as you can see in your screens, 6,000 credits for first place, 1,800 credits on third and fourth. Second place will get 3,000 credits, 1,200 credits on fifth and sixth place, respectively. So, all in all, we have our two matches, Crouch Potatoes and Waterboyz. We've seen Waterboyz performance for a lot of plays, and just like Aggressive
Honestly,
said, team with Noah Kyla Warriors was a bit unexpected, 2-0, and now they're here to go up against Team Crouch Potatoes. Now, Aggressive, I gotta ask you a question. Will we get to see Waterboyz end up the same matchup against Crouch Potatoes on a 2-0 scoreline?
I don't think so, especially when you know that Crouch Potatoes have our boss on their side. Our boss, we talk about this guy all the time. He knows how to perform, but the fact that he's going up against Sandy, is it going to be a simple one? Not exactly. Because, again, we do see the side of Waterboyz just be incredible in the way that they play. They know how to just take full control of a site. They know how to take full control of the map before they go in for their hits. But for Crouch Potatoes, on their first initial inception, going up against North Star, I do believe, if I'm not wrong, um, did we really see the same? Not exactly. As we head on down over towards the brackets to try and overlook everything from a bird's eye view and see exactly. Sorry, no, they went up against Kira Esports. Sorry, I was thinking of North Star versus Copium. Uh, it really left a lot to be desired for it now, didn't it?
Yeah, we already got to know who were those two, teams who had to, get eliminated out of this playoffs. It was Kira Esports and North Star, unfortunately. We did get to see the match between Kira and Noah Kyla Warriors go all the way to map number 3, but it was Noah Kyla Warriors who will succeed and proceed into the next phase. And talk about the two matches that we're going to have on the upper brackets, Crouch Potatoes and Team Waterboyz. The loser will go up against Noah Kyla Warriors or GEE2 Esports. The same thing can also be said for Team Copium and Team Uvu. Now that match will be an interesting one to look at, aggressive, especially on a map like especially on a team like Uvu. But yeah, most of the matches that we've seen on the entire upper brackets matchup here, aggressive, we've seen all matches end up on a two to zero score line, except the lower brackets matchup between Kira and Noah Kyla Warriors. Kira and Noah Kyla Warriors was a huge tough fight. I gotta give them that. But whether or not we'll get to see another decider is yet to be known. But for now, we just have to wait for the players from both the sides of Team Waterboyz and Crotch Potatoes to get into the lobby, ensure that there is ready confirmation, and ensure that we'll be able to proceed into the next match as best as possible. So I believe we do have our map vetoes as well. We'll get to see at least what kind of maps do we get to see from both the sides on Team Waterboyz end and also on Team Crouch Potatoes. But yeah, there you go. The map vetoes, just as we got the confirmation from Assassin, we'll be able to head on in, take a look at the maps itself from these two teams.
Taking on over the playoffs, but again, the maps will be a little bit more towards the interesting side, it seems. Chalet, Villa, and Theme Park. No Oregon getting picked up. They banned out Oregon early on. Clubhouse was also banned. So Waterboyz, they're picking up maps that are not unconventional in that sense, but a lot less played compared to the much more commonly played maps. And I think this is a smart play because Waterboyz, they have a very vast map pool with a lot of in-depth strategies. We know how strong they are on Chalet, correct? And because of that, this could be a problem. Crouch Potatoes, are they mentally prepared to take down Waterboyz? Because looking at the map choices, if there was Oregon and Clubhouse available, I would give the benefit of the doubt towards the side of Crouch Potatoes. But here, I don't think so, because Waterboyz, they could take an easy 2-0.
Yeah, they could. But there's still a chance for Team Cross Potatoes to come back, especially on their own map pick, Villa. Although whether or not if it would work out or not, that's the biggest question that we'd like to ask on the teams. Decider, on the other hand, will be on Theme Park, interestingly enough. But you could say on a map, Chalet, Waterboys won't be having a lot of problems from their end, but that map will be played on the second map instead. The first map will be on Villa, which is Team Crouch Potatoes map pick. I'm pretty sure that Waterboys will be the first to go on attack first, and Crouch Potatoes will be going on defense. Now, when it comes to a map like Villa, and when it comes to bans, you're more likely to have the usual bans as expected. You know, Thatcher and Mira, 100% ban rate, no matter what kind of map set you'd get to be picked. But there were some certain instances. Say, for an example, when we saw a match between North Star and GEE2 Esports, we did get to see both the Thatcher as well as the Mira not being banned, and yet somehow on map Clubhouse specifically, we don't get to see the teams bringing out either Thatcher or Mila. That's actually the ironic part about it. But let's just focus on the present as we talk about the match itself. Here, I'm pretty sure that Thatcher and Mira will be banned most of the time. The only difference has to be the second bans, which would appear from either Waterboyz or Cross Potatoes team. So maybe we could see a hard breacher ban like the Hibana or the Maverick, or you can just usually go with a targeted ban like the Pulse. The Pulse can give good amount of
True, true,
information
true.
from the heartbeat monitor scans. You can just give good amount of information and you can just combo it with the C4. Or you can just ban Kaid instead on defense. That would be great because it would be easier for the attackers to open up lines of sight and they would be forced to use other operators like Mutant Bandit.
And that's the thing. Banning out a pulse may be a bit too ambitious, even from your side there, Baba.
Mm-hmm.
Pulse can be easily countered, especially if you're considering an IQ pickup. That is very much possible. A lot of professional teams have picked up the IQ, expecting a pulse to be played and completely shutting him down in that sense. He just cannot use his heartbeat sensor at all. But from that side, there are more opportunities that could be played on the map of Villa. The main reason why I like Villa in particular is because of how diverse the map can be. the way that it pans out, the amount of strategies that you can go in for, it's very diverse. You can extend the side as far as you want. You can take full second floor control, or you could also take an option to go in for a hunker down where you play from statuary, where you play from trophy. You don't really have to move out as much other than just take full astronomy control and just let all of the players funnel into your sidelines. There's a lot of choke points that you can take proper hold of. So in my eyes, Villa feels to be the most competitively viable, and that's why this map is picked up quite often or banned out as well, depending on the team, because this could be the biggest strength of a team that has a strong foundation and proper strategies to play around with. Waterboyz being on this particular map, I really want to see, are they prepared in a way that they can take down Crouch Potatoes? Because again, this is the home map for Crouch Potatoes. So in a way, this could work against Waterboyz or this could work for Waterboyz, because we've seen this all the time. A team performing incredibly well when it comes down to their opponent's maps, but they fall flat on their face when it comes down.
Yep. And also, let's not forget, as we get to see the rise of fuse mains being brought up on every single maps, when there is a site which is present on first floor, fuse's cluster charges will be so powerful at that particular spot. What's even more dangerous is that you could use fuse's cluster charges through the reinforcements wall, where you can just surprise the defenders out of nowhere. So it can happen. That's the only main problem, is that for Team Waterboyz, you'd require at least some certain line of sights which would be helpful or benefit for them to get an angle and get a kill, especially when the side is on first floor kitchen and dining. Second floor statuary room and AVG, on the other hand, the main problem has to be on the way how they proceed with their attack. So I'm pretty sure that Waterboyz would usually prefer going in for split push, play for picks, see whether if they can get an early pick or two, and once they get an early pick, that usually get the information and proceed to the proceed towards execution nonetheless. Crouch Potatoes, on the other hand, will just play it nice and slow, especially since they're the ones on defense. First half, they'll try to see how the attackers make their push and try to play to it accordingly on round number 3 or 4. And if they do succeed on round number 1, the more power for them, for Team Crouch Potatoes themselves. So all in all, again, I know you guys are waiting for the match to come in, and currently I need to wait for a minute or two, as the player on the side of Team Waterboyz, we're just waiting for the player to arrive so that we can start the match on a 5-to-5 matchup. Crouch Potatoes, on the other hand, all 5 players are present. Now we just gotta wait for Waterboyz to come in, and then and only then we'll be able to proceed into the match itself. If not, we might have to start the match in a 5-to-4.
That's not much that we can do. We have to wait out until all the players are prepared. We want to make sure the competitive environment for both of these squads are as equal as possible. You never really want to see a 4v5 now, do we? So you just have to wait until the players are in. But what I am interested for is to see exactly what the storyline could look like for both of these teams. Both of them had a pretty easy run right off the bat. 2-0, 2-0. They're now here to shut down with a possibility of another 2-0. Anything could happen here if they are in a proper place, but on that side of the spectrum, I'm gonna be a bit more surprised. Just think about it like this here, Baba.
Mm-hmm.
The way that the attack pans out for this particular map, unless you have a solid game plan going into it, then you're just gonna fall flat on your face, because the defenders, they have so many different avenues to play around with. They can go for map control, they can hunker down in a side, they can play from the bottom floor. There's so many different places the defenders can play around from if they are able to establish that map control early on during the prep phase. But as an attacker, if you're able to drone your way in properly and the drone play is accurate, then you clear out the lurks first. And after you clear out the roamers, then you can work your way up towards the side. And a lot of teams, I've seen this as well for a lot of professional teams outside of our region, that they have a tendency of not clearing out the lurks as often, because they believe that, hey, if you're able to take the fast entry over towards, let's say, master bedroom and take over the 90 hallway, then we don't have to worry much about the roamers at all who are on the bottom floor. But no, that's not true. That's when the real problems start to arise. And I really hope we don't see that coming in from Waterboyz. They give respect to Crouch Potatoes and the way that they play. And maybe, just maybe, they could edge this one out on a 2-0 because this first initial map carries a lot of weight. And if Waterboyz are able to take this, crouch potatoes, their backs to against the wall, not just because they're one map down, but because Chalet should be favoring Waterboyz in their playstyle.
Yeah, whether or not if it would favor them or not depends on these bans. And I'm pretty sure that Crouch Potatoes will ensure that Finca wouldn't be brought out from Waterboyz's end. We've seen Finca being brought out every single round on every single maps you see. The LMG, the Gon 6, the grenades, which has good utilities and also higher chances of getting the opening picks all at the same time. You could say that Finca is almost an all-rounder when it comes to, the operator's roles and its support stuff. So all in all, you could say that in the attack bans, we will see Thatcher being brought out, the Thatcher being banned. And I'm pretty sure Amira should be banned as well from Waterboy's end, which means Crouch Potatoes will have the chance to ban a certain defender, and that would be the Valkyrie nonetheless. No change at all when it comes to ban picks. There you go. Actually, it's not Crouch Potatoes will ban the Valkyrie. It will be Team Waterboyz. And now, I'm pretty sure on the side of defense, not banning Mira would have a lot of problems, and there you go. That's the main reason why you see both Thatcher and Mira being banned almost all of the time on any maps as well. So, Villa, round number 1, Waterboyz on attack, Crouch Potatoes will be on defense, and the first side for them to be defending will be on second floor Aviator Games Room nonetheless. So, the winner of this best of 3 upper brackets will have a spot on to the finals, and also for the losers will have one final chance at the lower brackets. So let's see how well both of these teams will perform.
Looking at the compositions for the operators, though, it's pretty standard. Not really much to highlight in general for both of these squads. The Gemini being present for Rattler is one of the biggest information tools that you can have on this particular map. Not just on this map, really, on any map, but here is where he's going to be able to find a lot of value. But from that end, we do see the Amaru. Okay, Sandy, is he gonna go for a repeat of what he did on the other day versus Noah Kaila?
I guess so. I mean, he was about to lock it, but decides, you know what? Let's not bring out the surprise right away, and decides to just use Zofia instead.
Oh god, this man, if he went in for the YOLO strat one more time, that would be surprising. I think he wants to test out the water first, going up against Crouch Potatoes before he, goes into full overconfident mode. So give him a chance. Let him play around, but okay, Beat, he's so quick with it. Already in towards the side, has a drone perfectly placed. And he took down the Kaid Claw. That's done. That's one utility off the board. And that was so quick as well.
Quick and precise from Beats' end.
Oh no.
When it comes to shock drones, my goodness, Beat has done an excellent good job at that. And here comes Rattler, already in towards the master bedroom side, opening up a frag and followed up with the rest of the 2 kills from both Rattler and Sandy, which will put Crouch Potatoes in a very risky spot though.
Just stuck between a rock and a hard place. They have Mainstream's control, but honestly, at the end of the day, how much does this control even give you? You can already see the attackers work their way in towards Astronomy, trying to make their way in towards the other side. And in this sense, the side of Aviator is not safe at all. They're working their way in from Sanctuary. And the Kaid, he can't even run. If he runs away, he's going to give up so much map control that he's just stuck. Positions are prime and all of their locations are known. The defenders, where do they want to go here even?
Angle's already been placed from one of the players,
What?
and Beat unfortunately gets caught off from Violence's aggressive push. And the entire hallway is clear. Gone 6 from Rattler almost gets caught out, but he will stay alive. But the same thing cannot be said to Sandy though. Inverted repel, but it ends up being the demise grenade from Rattler. Will end up taking out the Frost. Now it's 2v1. Bars needs to be very careful on Vinci's whereabouts. Will we see a C4 throw? No! Actually, a headshot through the wall will give them the confirmation of the kill just by looking at the C4 throw. I mean, look at that. C4 throw, instant shot to the guy instead of the C4 being tossed away. So instead of, shooting the C4, it would be best to just take out the player instead. And with it, we will see Team Waterboyz succeed in their first round. A job well done for them. Although it was
A little bit
almost,
dicey.
yeah, it was a bit dicey, especially from Mojo's end, right? He was holding towards the study room. He gets to take out Sandy, who was inverted repelling from the window. Next thing you know, he starts to remove two players out. If that grenade wasn't thrown out at the right time, who knows? Mojo would have dealt a lot of damage on the first round itself,
Could have gotten a
giving
third.
Crouch Potatoes the win that they needed.
He could have gotten a guaranteed third there. That's what I meant. Because for Waterboyz, they had so much control. They were in a 5 versus 3. They knew the exact positions of each and every defenders. But then Mojo just nearly pulled off a miracle, taking down 3 players in such a way that Crouch Potatoes, they had a close proximity idea of how they wanted to play it, but it just didn't pan out at the end of the day. But it's completely fine because, again, did you really expect them to be that aggressive? The Iana just ran into Master Bathroom and just got a kill freely. You could see how surprised Dark Lord was by seeing an Iana just running right in front of him.
Even I would be surprised when you see the Iana not being a hologram that
Yeah, I think he thought it was a hologram. I think he thought it was a hologram, and he was like, "Oh, it's gonna be nothing." Then it starts shooting back, and it's like, wait a minute."
Oh man, now we get to see Waterboyz continue the pressure, and this time pushing into a study room. I mean, it's the usual push nonetheless, but having quick control and a quick early peek will say otherwise, because Waterboyz, they're doing their good job when it comes to making those aggressive peeks like that.
It's a hard hit because of it. You're gonna be more than happy. Again, very Sander, taking control of the bottom floors, taking control of the top. But again, they need to wait and see how this pans out. For Dark Lord, though, he has such a good hold from Red Stairs. He can work up and maybe get a possible frag for himself. He's just waiting for the noise. He's expecting the play. Here comes a push. And he heard the drone. But no, that's a catch. But he's still going to be able to put them in the back. Nicely done. The trades are going to be perfect. 4 versus 3. A couple of spam shots. That's a miss that you cannot get. That was such a necessary kill. If the Malisi was able to find it, the defenders, they would have been in prime positions to win out this round.
One more headshot and his Rattler is doing all the heavy lifting. Nade once again almost claimed the life of Mojo, but this time he sprints away to safety, but not at the hands of Sandy's DMR, who's looking so powerful and gets the second two. In towards Astronomy, and it's Waterboyz who will succeed round number 2. Jesus, look at the damage that Waterboyz have been dealing around on these 2 attack rounds. No matter how many times we see Crouch Potatoes figure out a way to take out one, you need to be careful of, being traded out. That's the first thing. Second, we don't get to see them, for a moment there, Jaeger could have used the, the floor from the main stairs, where he could have just held out an angle, the vertical angle, to take out the sledge. But instead, he chose to be a bit aggressive with the, with the barbed wire giving away his information. Although Dark Lord did get the first frag, the instant refrag did come in from the 90s hallway, where Baz was just totally waiting for the players to arrive from the red stairs. Although the timing was a bit unmatched, if the timing was good, he could have saved beat. But all in all, Waterboyz, just by losing one, they did get the trade nonetheless. They just kept pushing on the side. They removed players one by one, and next thing you know, they're just in a very huge lead, 2-0. Now on round number 3, we are back on the same side, trophy and statuary room. No first floor kitchen / dining. Listen, until we see Crouch Potatoes make their move, you could say that Waterboy's reign of terror shall not be stopped. There are some changes in operators though. Mojo bringing the Thunderbird, and Waterboyz, aka Sandy, hasn't brought the Amaru just yet.
He's just trying to, give them that false sense of security before he just pounces on top of them. We all know that's the case. That's how Sandy always works, but okay, maybe Sandy. You also could be fighting for a bit more than you can chew here, buddy. If you're not careful, that could have been a kill, but Dark Lord gets away with murder almost, but Rackle is so quick with the nade. He just cooks it to perfection. A perfect medium rare.
A bomb has been located.
And he's able to get the catch with it. The claws also being taken down, and Sandy, he's making such quick work of this.
My
Every
goodness.
single bit of utility just found. And Sandy, he did his job. The Twitch drone just did everything.
The value from that is so powerful.
C4.
They're starting to lose a lot of players though, especially from that C4 from Mojo, giving a bit of a fighting chance for Team Crouch Potatoes to make their move. But Sandy, he is pushing with that DMR, and if he finds that player towards Astronomy, then it would be game over for Team Crouch Potatoes. They've got to handle it out, they've got to control. And what's even more worse is that they don't have smoke to, use those gas canisters for the attackers to stay there for a while. Look, most of the defenders here have chosen to go downstairs. Will this work out though? Will this work out for Team Crouch Potatoes to get this victory on round number 3? Not quite sure will it happen though, but Waterboyz, they're not going to waste any time at all, and here comes Beat. Clearing out the side, and the second frag won't be taken because Cobra will be there with the MP5. And now, they've got to go in for the plant. Sandy will do the initiative. He's pushing very aggressively. He knows exactly where Mice is. He even sees the peak, but no, Violet is there. He pushed at the right time, and so does Cobra, saving his teammate. What a way to get that 2 kills. Crouch Potatoes, although they were heavily outnumbered for the past 2 rounds, round number 3, they quickly made a decision and they've brought it back. Round number 3 will be theirs, and now in round number 4, all they've got to do is just that they have to keep that momentum back in this round 2 on this side.
Again, I do question the idea of going in for the push onto Statuary, but I could get what Sandy was trying to do, but who was with him again? Silence? I think it was Silence who was
Attackers
with
need to
him in that
locate and
scenario.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
I think it was Violet and Cobra. Violet and Cobra, both the Mute and the Frost. The Frost was currently at the main stairs. He wasn't in the side. Technically because yeah, the Wamai and the Frost. The Frost apparently went downstairs. The Frost was in Astro first, and since there was a lot of
Discovered the location of a bomb.
challenges being made from Statuary Room, he decides to go downstairs with the help of the hatch, and then he just rotated all the way from
seconds
red
remaining.
stairs and initially get the frag from Statuary Room itself. The timing
I was-
did work out well for Crouch Potatoes, yeah.
I also had balls of steel to just go in for a push on the Statuary when he knows the players are already peeking. I was expecting a crossfire setup from the side and from the front, but yes, it did not happen. But hey, at the end of the day, it's completely fine. You lost out on 1 round, but you have an idea of how the Statuary pushes have been working out for you. But again, I have to say, Crouch Potatoes, good utility usage at the end of the day. We're able to utilize so much, especially with the C4. That kill was the freest kill that they could have gotten. And with that, they were able to snowball their lead and also find that frag. That was perfect for them. But on this side of the spectrum, Silence taking a bit of damage. But again, this damage does give an indication of where the defenders could be playing. A lurk over towards the side of the bottom. But with Silence opening up the walls now, they're just going to need to wait and see how this is going to pan out. Cyclones have been open. Everything has been found. But the attackers, they don't really have a lot of control to try and go in for a push just yet. They're still working the site and maybe a possible pick here.
C4's been used from Mojo. Unfortunately, it won't work out too much from Crouch Potatoes' end. And I'm guessing that there is one P-play C4, either from Dark Lord's end.
No.
Almost a chance of an early pick, but it will be Silence from the inverted repel, especially from that breach. Here comes the fight, and Silence almost gets to pick out the Mozzie. Dark Lord will stay alive, but for how long? The attackers have all the time that they need, and Baz will find out one more.
Attackers
Only
recovered
3
the
players left. They only have 1 C4.
He actually saw
C4's
that?
been
What?
gone. Beat comes in back, and it's Violet who needs to deal with this aggressive hold, and it's not gonna happen. Sandy, quick at his trigger, will ensure a headshot with the final player and give back Waterboyz the lead that they need. Round number 4 will be theirs, and Crouch Potatoes, although they were this close on winning that round, that inverted repel from Silence, the breach that had been made from the site itself, and the entirety of Vault being looked upon, technically just cut off an entire rotate from within the site itself that technically did ended up getting picked out one by one. So round number 5, hopefully they will decide to not go
Attackers
on the
need to
second
locate
floor
and
once
defuse
again
bombs.
and decide to give a shot at kitchen and dining room.
I was pleasantly surprised with the way that they panned out.
Attackers have discovered the
Like,
location of a
seriously,
bomb.
that inverted propel is just absolutely atrocious. How do you even counter that? I think you see a pixel of his head and you have no idea. There's 3 different angles that you can peek from. It's so tough to try and take a fight with, but Silence, he played it to perfection. You have to give credit where credit is due, right, Baba? Because the way that he played that was beautiful. And Waterboyz, they're constantly adapting their strategies. They lost out early on when it came down to the push onto the second floor. But this time around, it's a
Attackers are heading
completely
out to
different
defuse
side.
a bomb.
They need to worry about the second floor, the basement, and then work their way in towards the first floor and to kitchen. How do they want to play this one out? Because, again, this site, it's pretty difficult to entry unless you have like 3 different points in the map that you have full control of. But okay, never mind. Stanley's not going to be the one going for Amaru. Instead, it's going to be Beat. Okay, sure.
And he's already in
Attackers have located a bomb.
from the pill 90s angle, so you could say that they have good information, but somehow Mojo wins it.
Wait, the default cam?
Waterboyz, yeah, not the default cam. They
They had a
placed
drone,
the
right?
attack drone. Yeah, they placed an attacker drone from the 90s angle. They gave the info to Beat, but somehow he lost that gunfight. And now, with them losing the most initial player of them all from Team Waterboyz, they've got to make do without the help of Beat. Only 4 players left. A lot of utilities been used. 2 of the grenades from Rattler. Although it was working out good in the first half, but in this round, on round number 5, things are not working too much. C4 from Violet will claim the life of Sandy, and now all Rattle needs to do is figure out a way to bring this back. He will start it off by getting off his early pick, and Baz doing what he does best, gets to take out the electric claws from the laundry site, which is more vulnerable to open up lines of sight from the laundry entrance itself. Now Rattler, he is the main eye for Team Waterboyz in order for them to get themselves back up.
The backstairs.
Can see how patient Rattler is right now. The more information and distractions that the team can provide, the more chance that they can get. Baz! Alright,
What?
here comes
He's
Rattler,
in?
just pushes in towards the side. And with that distraction, it's more than enough to give Waterboyz the chance that they need. Control on the side is there,
Oh,
but
this is
does
such a
Baz know the
difficult-
player's whereabouts? Yes, he does, but he misses the shot, but he gets it anyways. One more last shot, and that is Vinci. Whips out the pistol, but he loses that gunfight. 1v2 post-plant it is. Silence and Rattler, both of them have control on the side, and Vinci, he has the C4. Will that C4 connect? No, it does not. Missed on the spot. You could say that Rattler might have been the guy who will give round 5 victory unless and until
yeah.
Vinci gets to do something about it. Sees the head, but can he get the shot? No! 1v1. There's still a chance for him to come back, but Silence is playing at a very
Defenders have
safe
located
spot.
the diffuser.
Yeah, that's
He's right
perfect
outside
for
the
them.
window. Very safe. He could just waste for more than 5 seconds.
I think he has a drone placed, right? He has a
I
drone
think-
placed.
Yeah, there is a drone being placed. All he has to do is just ensure that Vinci make a fake
Yeah,
plan.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
He can't fake this.
He
Because of
could
that
fake
drone. No.
Yep.
Because of the drone, he can't fake it. They're watching the drone and they're giving him the information. He's just chilling there.
It was at the point of no return aggressive, and Team Waterboyz, they just played this safe. And it was all thanks to Rattler, who initially got the first frag, decides to go all the way from
Backstairs.
basement pantry stairs, and ends up getting a kill or 2. Damn, 4-1, and Team Waterboyz, what a way to start off their first half.
That was absolutely incredible. Waterboyz, they lost out Beat, even though they had a lot of information. Aim diff happened.
Attackers need to
But that's
locate and
completely
defuse
fine
bombs.
because at the end of the day, you have these incredible players to finally pick up those pieces right at the very end. Waterboyz, they came out of absolutely nowhere for that particular round. And if this is the level of gameplay that they have in mind for not just this match, but this entire tournament, they could easily be the ones to be crowned the winners, even though they're not here at the grand finals just yet. Like, you know this could happen.
10
Yeah, Waterboyz, knowing that you have players like Rattler, Beat, Sandy, when you make such an explosive entrance, getting picks not from the weapon but also from the grenade, recovering back rounds, which is in fact was favoring for Team Crouch Potatoes. Man, you gotta say that they have got good control on Map Villa. Although that this was a map which is exclusively picked by Team Crouch Potatoes. No! Oh no, Vinci. It was just usually going in for a random shot, but it ended up, arriving right at his crossfire. That's unfortunate. There goes Dark Cloud, and for Waterboyz, it's like another day at the park. It's easier said than done, and with it, Sandy will punish him for making that team kill. Cobra will still be there to get the trade, but would it be more than enough? Beat is still here with the LMG, succeeds one, Cobra gets the other. You could say that Cross Potato still has a chance on this 2v3. With the amount of explosiveness that they are showing towards the site itself. Removing the barricade from Statuary, and also now they're just opening up walls from the Summer Breach charges. Now you see both of the players just hunkered down towards Astronomy, see whether if they can get an opening pick, or should I say, at least get a single kill. And I'm pretty sure that the nade like Rattle might be able to get it, but no, Violet denies it. This is good. Now they just equalized it 2-2. You could say that there is a lot of chance, but what about to bring this back here aggressive?
Honestly. How? Oh! Again, how?
I think I spoke too soon, aggressive. I think
Yeah,
I spoke too soon.
again, that's what I meant. How? They just can't. Look at the levels of control that the side of Waterboyz had. They were everywhere on the map. Okay, let's just say that Silence dies out. Right behind him, the player was on Astronomy. Very close by to go in for a trade, correct?
Yep.
How do you go up against that? Waterboyz, the entire map was theirs. And remember what I said in the pregame. If you have proper map control as the attackers, then the defenders, even if they have the bottom floors for themselves, then you're just gonna be stuck. You have nowhere else to go. Waterboyz, they're taking the map control so early on in the round that Crouch Potatoes, they're being corralled into very uncomfortable positions, and they have no idea how to get out of them.
Map control, early access on the site, drones that can give constant information.
And you have to
That
give
with
credit to the droning,
based-
man.
Yeah.
The
Most of-
droning work from
it's all
them is
replays, yeah.
immaculate. Yeah, just it's immaculate to watch every single time. I have not seen a team drone this well. The way that Waterboyz drones, they do it with a purpose. Not a single drone is wasted. That's how incredible it is to watch.
Yep. And
Oh, Beat's
now
waiting for a
Beat-
run out.
Actually, yeah, he was actually going for a run out, but it would have been even much more better if he decides to go for a C4 tossed all the way towards Fountain. But he only has an impact. He hears one of the attack repelling from the roof's side, but Beat will just, simply just be patient. But knowing that you have good info from Pulse's cardiac sensors, he can just relay all of the information towards Beat. Now look at that. One of the heartbeat scanners will detect one, indicating that he's outside the roof of windows. And now, they're inside the site! Okay!
Thank God,
Violet.
Violet. Good night.
Good. That was a nasty shot from Violet. Beat was supposed to be winning that gunfight,
Oh,
but
that's a
instead
C4.
that one tap from Violet did get it out. C4 will get it. A second C4 to confirm the kill. And here comes retaliation from Waterboyz.
Wait. How did they die? Where were they? Hold on a minute. Didn't they jump into the master bedroom closet?
Yep, they did. Actually, they were on the Rattler was in second floor trophy room, so they've got their backups, even though Beat did get picked out. So you had that backup, and that
Don't tell
backup
me
ended
they
up
died
working
through a
so
wall.
good. No, they don't. They have constant info from Pulse's cardiac sensors, and they are relaying it every single time. And Waterboyz, they don't have any problems dealing with the situation at all. It is all thanks to Baz. The cardiac sensors that gave so much information. 2 C4s to get the kill. Rattler, who was on second floor trophy, had constant info. He knew exactly where one of the player was, in which they were pushing from second floor master bedroom. Every single information that Bas had relayed ended up being a boon for Team Waterboyz, especially for both Sandy and Rattler. So they just played to it accordingly and ended up getting kills. And now they're on match point, 6-1. All they need is just one single win on defense, and that's all it. Map number 1 would go at the hands of Team Waterboyz. High likely a chance that it can happen. And Team Crouch Potatoes, they have absolutely no idea on what to do about it.
I'm trying to figure out words of encouragement that I can give to the side of Crouch Potatoes, but honestly, Baba, I think that they're just being outplayed heavily.
Yeah, they are.
What can you really say? I can't say that the members of Crouch Potatoes are playing very badly, because the thing is, the primary difference between both of these squads are just fundamental siege.
10 seconds to insertion.
That's the thing. That's why I'm so speechless, because I can't really say what kind of things that they can do better. If everything is a lot more better on the side of Waterboy, starting from the top all the way to the very bottom, then what else more is there to say?
Yep. And you could see that pure sheer aggressiveness that's been shown around from Sandy's
Yeah,
end.
that's just confidence, dude.
It's just good confidence. And you could say that Rattler might also do the same thing, despite him being the role of an anchor. A smoke which is very powerful and beat. He almost got himself picked out, but instead decides to challenge it. Although, on the other hand, you could say that Team Waterboyz, both Sandy and Beat, are not looking too good. And neither do they have Thunderbird to give them, back their HP. So, all in all, you could say that Waterboyz are going to play this passively. C4, that will give a lot of kill, but here comes Violet, ensuring that none of those plays would happen. Let's to take out one. They equalized it 4-4. And within 2 minutes, they're still struggling to get control on Sanctuary Room itself. The presence of Sandy is installing fear towards Crouch Potatoes' attack, and they have absolutely no idea on how to progress this.
Sandy, he may need to give this one up. What? You're on like what, 30 HP and he's still taking fights? He's still taking a negative engagement. This guy? Yeah, thank God he did die. Like, because if he got away with one more kill, I would have lost my mind. They're not gonna expect beat though. That's a free kill. He's gonna hear the sounds. Yep, that's a push. That's a free kill. They take down Violet, but oh, wait a minute. Over from the back end, that's gonna be the default camp to be broken. You don't break the default camp, because that's when he does for the turnaround. And now Cobra, all by his lonesome, gets spotted out over towards the side of Trophy. One on the back, one on the front. Waterboyz, they take a 7-1 victory on the map of Villa. Clean, calm, and precise. And Crouch Potatoes, they had no idea what just hit them in the face.
Yep, Team Waterboyz will secure map number 1 on Villa, 7-1. And look at the MVP scoreboard. It's Rattler. The nades was so precise. The kills from Sandy, and also, how can I forget about Beats' good use of those shock drones, instantly removing those useful information, especially those Electroclaws and also the jammers. Everything was just perfectly orchestrated from Waterboyz' end. All 7 rounds that you've seen, the way how Waterboyz, progressed with their attacks, adapted to the situation, got control on every single thing. And you could say for Team Crouch Potatoes, they were constantly being watched every single round. Those attack drones, which were, already placed at the preparation phase itself, they know exactly to know at what time do they get to see the flanks, the C4s and whatnot. And also, as we take a look at the highlights itself, I'll be able to explain much more so from Waterboyz' end. The attacks from Waterboyz was just excellent. The way how they've countered the mistakes, the grenades from Rattler to pick out important players. You could say that the ADS was, most of the ADSs was placed in towards the site itself, but the way how they made their presence being shown on attack clearly shows that Waterboyz had things under control. The only round where they had lost was on round number 3. That was the only round that Waterboyz had lost. But the rest of the round, it was just, Crouch Potatoes not being able to handle out the situation both on attack as well as on defense.
Exactly. Again, I just I can't emphasize on how beautiful the drone play was coming in from Waterboyz. Forget everything. Their drone play alone got them this entire game. And I think that this is one of the best teams that I've seen when it comes down to the utility, comes down to their drone usage. And that was prominent. Normally, we never highlight the drone play now, do we? Because we see the drones being broken down pretty early. The drones not really giving that much information before they break. And yeah, it's a lot of raw mechanical skill just outshining anything that their opponents can do. But here in this case, you can see the omnipresence of the drones all across the map. The amount of intel the members of Waterboyz had were close to nothing that Crouch Potatoes had. Crouch Potatoes, they were going in blind for every single one of these fights. And that just never worked out in their favor at all. Look at the info that they were able to gather, even through the users of default cams. And on the other side of the spectrum, Waterboyz, they denied the info that could be gathered by Crouch Potatoes by taking out their default cams when they were on the attacking side, while keeping the drones alive in the process by only using Sandy and Beat's Twitch drones to get their way in to any of the sidelines. That is incredible to watch. And Rattler with 100% cost. 100%. This man didn't miss a single trade the entire game.
100%.
Explain.
Explain, Waterboyz. Explain.
The guy has
Especially for that
100%.
100%, not 99.5 or 98.5%, 100% cost. My goodness, 10 kills from this man right here. First kills, it's usually just one kill from both Rattler, Sandy, Silence, and Beat. On the side of Team Crouch Potatoes, they also did make their fair share of early picks, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. 7-1. What a dominating performance from Team Waterboyz, as they will claim map number 1, which means map number 2, Chalet, is also Team Waterboyz' domain. And I'm not quite sure whether if Team Crouch Potatoes can do it. Especially on map number 1, the way how they got countered and outplayed every single round. The trade games was just working out way too much from Waterboyz' end, and Crouch Potatoes had no other means to, counter it. Even the C4s weren't working out too much in their favor. But who knows? Maybe in map number 2 there might be a slight glimmer chance of hope. But in order for that to happen, we just need to take a short little break, and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I
could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Community Cup Series Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zota Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. Here we are back with the second map of the first upper bracket matchups, the semi-finals of brackets matchup. Waterboyz have succeeded map number 1 Villa on a ridiculous 7-1 scoreline up against Team Crouch Potatoes, and now they're here to end things off on map number 2 Chalet. Unless and until Team Crouch Potatoes put themselves back up on map number 2, you could say that Team Waterboyz have things under control but aggressive. What are your thoughts about this? Do you really think that Crouch Potatoes would come back, or would Team Waterboyz end this once and for all?
I have a feeling that Waterboyz could just take this one away because, again, it really does depend. If we see Crouch Potatoes get 4 rounds on their own attacking side, then I think they will be fine for the long haul. Because Waterboyz, they're starting off on the defense. Crouch Potatoes, they have the much more stronger side, arguably on this particular map. Not arguably, guarantee on this particular map. So at the end of the day, if they're able to get those 4 rounds, they'll be fine. But if Waterboyz on the other side of the spectrum get 4 rounds on the defense, oh boy, we're going to be in for a ride, that's for certain.
Yep, we will be. If Team Waterboyz decides to win most of their defensive runs in the first half, since Chalet is more likely an attacker-favored map, unless and until Team Waterboyz... sorry, not Team Waterboyz. Unless and until if Team Crouch Potatoes make a miracle in the first half, you could say that this will be a tough matchup up against Team Crouch Potatoes because they've already lost map number 1, 7-1 scoreline, and now this is map Chalet picked by Team Waterboyz. So all the players are prepped and ready in the lobby itself. All they've got to do is just wait for the ready confirmation, and once that it is done, we'll be able to head on to map number 2 Chalet. Waterboyz on defense, Crouch Potatoes on attack, and let's not waste any time at all with the ban phase.
And very standard. But at the same time, there could just be a possible fuse ban. We all know how strong fuse can be on this particular map. And if you don't want to deal with the fuse, then ban is pretty warranted, don't you think so as well, Baba?
You could say that fuse ban might be a good idea, but on which operator would you have to get it out? Would it be
that's the point.
Thatcher? Would it be Thatcher? Because Thatcher is considered to be one of the best operators when it comes to denying a lot of
They don't wanna
catches
deal
from
with the thing,
defenders.
though.
So obviously they will, at least, when it comes to fuse, at least you have some certain, weakness that you can at least, remove them. But when it comes to EMP like Thatcher, it's a bit difficult. And also, as we take a look at the ban phase itself, Thatcher and Mira back again, the same bans that we get to see from both Waterboyz and Team Crouch Potatoes. And I'm pretty sure the final ban will also be Valkyrie nonetheless. You don't want to give the defenders a lot of information unless and until if Waterboyz decides to use it for themselves, because they're the ones on defense first. So having Valkyrie in the early round might be a good
that's
idea.
So smart. That is actually very smart.
Yeah, that's the main reason why they decide to ban Azami instead. So they have Valkyrie on board. They could use Valkyrie for a lot of useful informations and more likely to be, C4'd from below. So for Team Crouch Potatoes, they've got to be careful. They got to ensure that none of those plays would appear, especially when it comes to roam clearance on first floor kitchen or maybe on first floor bar and dining room. But the site will be on second floor master bedroom and office from the first round itself. We'll see the same operators. No Valkyrie being picked, but a Ying pick on the side of Team Crouch Potatoes. So I'm pretty sure an early rush might be in play for Team Crouch Potatoes. Who knows? Maybe it can, maybe it won't.
Could be, but at the same time, I think they're not gonna push in that quickly. But I'm very surprised they're not opting for this Valkyrie pickup for the second floor. I do believe, of course, they're going to be playing on that first floor where the Valkyrie is going to be a lot more prominent because, again, first floor control, second floor control, they have the black eye cams to just give them a lot of information. But on the other side of the spectrum, do you think with the Valkyrie, they can play the basement side a lot more easier? Because, again, yes, the breaches are a lot more simple, and there's not really a lot of plays that you can make when you're playing from basement. But with the Valkyrie, you have ample amounts of information so that the defenders, they can play off the side, and they can easily go in for a probable retake or something along those lines. Because again, there are a couple of questions that could be answered, but Dark Lord catches out Baz, who went in for a bit too much of an aggressive spawn peek.
Although it wasn't working too much on map Villa, on map Chalet though, won't work out, especially from Baz. Unfortunately, got himself picked out quite early. And now for Waterboyz, they've already lost one of the players. It should be best for them to play this passively. But
Imagine
you know,
playing passive when you're
yeah,
Sandy.
like why would you play passive when you have Sandy holding from library, who just loves being aggressive? He ends up getting one kill, and that too, a refrag at that too, to take out Dark Lord. But it's a bit too late because you have a lot of players currently hunkered down towards library side, and removing Sandy would at least bring Crouch Potatoes in a very good spot. Even more so, Cobra starts to do the initiative, taking out one more. All they've got to do is just focus on Beat and Silence, and this round would be theirs.
I think they have information of where Beat is actually playing. This Melusi could just be the make it or break it for them if they don't play their cards properly. But Mojo spots out Silence. That's going to be a kill that they need. And now it's all up to Beat. Beat is in a good spot. If he just is able to get this hold, I don't think the drones are even present to try and spot him out. No forms of information, but the Gemini is available for the Iana. So they can just play it slow. They can play it steady. And the attackers, they should take this round away. It's 3v1, but it's a guaranteed win coming in from their end. Beat gave away his position. They're done for. That's going to be a double peak, possibly a triple. And with that, Crunch Potatoes, they take this round pretty much instantly.
Yeah, but there's still a chance though, because Beat is still alive, and he's at least wasting a lot of time. The push needs to happen, impact needs, and shock drones will give away his information, and now he's got to figure out a way. How can he proceed with this post plant? Will it happen?
Oh, he's pushing.
Still just somehow he's not dead just yet, aggressive. Maybe there is still a chance. Going aggressive, he will find one. He gets the second. Where's the third?
No, wait.
Claymore. Oh, jeez. Almost get caught from that explosive, but he somehow stays alive. Beat. Throws down fake. Beat is still pushing on it. Aggressive Beat, and he gets the kill. Beat. What a kill. This man doesn't miss. 1v3 clutch.
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
Beat, man! I can feel the rhythm coming from this man. He was on fire, shot after shot. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna bow my head down to you, and I'm never gonna count this man out ever again in my entire life of casting Siege. I said that, yeah, the crossfires are present. There is no way he's gonna lose this, right? They got the diffuser planted. They had proper crossfire setups, but why was the Iana not peeking? 2 of your players died. Why did you not peek?
They had the shock drone on Beat's whereabouts. They
No,
even confirmed from the holograms, and somehow Beat gets away with the 1v3 clutch.
I want to ask you, why did the Iana not peek?
Being defused by attackers.
Why? 2 of your players died. You still did not consider to peek?
Yep, 2 of them were in the site, whereas the Iana was the one who had control on the situation, right?
Yeah, exactly. The
What
players on the
happened?
side can die, but it's fine. You still have Iana who's on the other side. The player can just do an instant 180 and then shut you down. He took
The
down
wall
2
hasn't been
people.
breached too. The wall hasn't been breached on second floor master bedroom.
10 seconds to
That has gotta hurt for Team Crouch Potatoes. Breach isn't done. They've removed most of the players, but still, the important lines of sight that the attackers required to hold on a longer angle, that isn't present. And now, round number 2, where it should have been in the hands of Team Crouch Potatoes winning this first attack round. Talk about round number 2 itself. We might see some aggressive plays from the attackers, and there you go, Silence. He'll do the first kill. Cobra's gone. There goes the Amaru. The aggressive plays will be denied. And I believe Crouch Potatoes won't be able to do the same thing yet again in the next future rounds.
Again, I don't really see the Valkyrie coming out from them either. This could be a bit more interesting when the plays are coming in such a way, but on that end, Mojo, he does equalize it just a little bit, but okay, the defenders, they have every single avenue under lockdown. A couple of shots to come in, and I see What's the game plan here, buddy? Because now you're getting sandwiched from two different sides playing Dark Lord. He's just holding down the line, and here comes the concussions, and ICNIB catches out Silence. Wanted to go in for a run out. The Claymore is going to be able to come in clutch. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, they have even more problems.
Yeah, Vinci gets another one too, but Rattler might be able to find another way to disable the situation. You know,
Again, it's a
2v3.
2v3.
Attackers.
Yeah.
Don't
High
talk about
likely a
this
chance.
yet.
Yeah, high likely a chance that Waterboyz could bring this back, but Crouch Potatoes, they're the ones who currently have control of the situation, right? Although they don't have the necessary utilities like the frag grenades or claymores, Waterboyz just needs to play this passively, see whether if the smoke gas canisters can at least deny the execute coming in from the attackers. But Baz, on the other hand, he wants to go aggressive. He wants to ensure that they wouldn't get control, and
Wait,
Rattler,
the diffuser!
he just drops the diffuser. Violet had control of this, and now Crouch
Wait.
Potatoes needs to get control of this. Smoke gas canisters is present, which will give Rattler ample amount of time to set up his traps. Will we see a wall bang? Not quite sure. The Sledge's hammer will give away his positioning, but Rattler, he's still alive. And that angle will at least give control
I don't
of
think
the
they saw him.
fuse. He actually does. They do know exactly where Sledge is.
No, not where Rattler is. I think the Rattler's position is completely unknown.
Yeah, you only have
Yeah,
one
they didn't
smoke.
know.
No idea, and Rattler gets 3. Okay, Vinci. Good
Oh, he
wall
heard the
bang.
reload. He heard the reload.
Yeah, he
Attackers have
did.
recovered their diffuser.
He did. And in fact, the thing about Vinci is that he did the major damage.
15
Smoke's
seconds to
gas
go.
canister has already been used. The only problem is he doesn't
Where does he
know the
drop?
smoke's whereabouts. He thinks that he is in towards the hallway side, jumps down through the smoke, takes a lot of damage from it. Unfortunately, he doesn't know exactly where Baz is. He will find one. No, it will be Baz. Stuck around the corner, SMG-11 in hand, finds the target and removes him. Just like that. Round 2 at the hands of Team Waterboyz. And like you said, if Waterboyz get win on 4 defensive rounds, then you could say in the second half it will be Team Waterboyz who would claim map number 2. Unless and until Crouch Potatoes do something about this, and that site, basement, wine cellar, and snowmobile garage, might be the chance that Crouch Potatoes could win this attack round.
I am pleasantly surprised. Valkyrie not being played at
Defenders,
all
protect your bombs from being
through
defused
each and
by
every one of
attackers.
these side fights. They let the Valkyrie go. They did not want to deal with the Azami because, of course, she can terraform the entire map into her own domain. But Waterboyz, they're playing a completely different game. Yeah, with Valkyrie, they have a lot of intel to play around with, but the operators that they have currently just allow them to play so aggressive. And I think that's what they're utilizing to just fight off any forms of aggression that could be coming in from Crouch Potatoes.
10 seconds to insertion.
But you have to give some form of credit, though, at the end of the day,
5
right?
seconds left.
The way that the side of Waterboyz are playing, they're denying so much control all across the map. The second floor control was not even established when there was 30 seconds left on the clock in the last round. And players were still holding on the second floor regardless. 2v3 situation, mind you, Baba. And that's how the side of Waterboyz were playing.
Although Waterboyz, have almost lost most of their situations in mid-round, they'd usually come back in this 2v4. They've done it twice. They've succeeded round number 1 on a 1v3 clutch made by Beat. Round number 2, a smoke from Baz. And Crouch Potatoes, no matter how many times that they try to find a particular solution to a problem, when it comes to the final ends of the rounds where Crouch Potatoes are left with just 20 or 30 seconds, usually Waterboyz have the main advantage. And now, okay, not a lot of damage been taken around, not quite sure exactly where it was. And I'm guessing that was right from below. Sandy? Oh my goodness, still stays alive, and Beat is here for the rescue. There goes Dark Lord. And now with Sandy still being alive and having the powers of Sands of Time, we see Waterboyz gain control of the situation inch by inch. Vinci goes down, but Mojo is still here to show his presence, being shown around from the trophy side. It's a 4v2 where Crouch Potatoes are just left with only 2 players, Violet and Mojo. They don't have the necessary utilities, but Mojo still has the grenade. Who could do something about those grenades to flush out one of the defenders? Maybe the Kaid, but unfortunately that is not going to work out too much in this favor. Violet going in for a prone peek. That prone peek will actually succeed, getting that 1 kill. But Beat, he's on a different level.
Oh, they're gonna swing him. Oh,
they will.
beat. Okay, jiggle it. Do the bolo peek.
Yeah. Just,
Ah, goddamn
just
it.
do the
If he
usual
actually did.
salsa peek, you know? So one to the
Yes.
left, one to the right. And when the time is right, it just
Dolphin
one
dive?
single click.
No, when the time is right, you do a dolphin dive.
Dolphin dive or a Dempsey roll.
Oh, God. The Violet.
You just keep swinging left and right, left and right. Even the attackers would be like, how can I shoot? He's moving everywhere. He's dodging bullets like he's Neo from the Matrix.
I think that's just you in a ranked game, Baba. Don't lie to me.
No, I'd usually get, I'm more of like a bullet sponge. Like I attract all the bullets instead of dodging. So, all in all, the shots will be present and it will be Rattler who will get the final frag.
3-0. It's happening. My prediction could just be coming into light. And
I'm glad I
ouch.
got your prediction right, Aggressive.
Hey,
I'm
as
glad.
long as it's not Jack. Whenever I'm with Jack, for some reason, both of our predictions just go haywire.
We still have this meme going around where I make these predictions, right? Especially the one predictions I made between Hunters LFO and Mercenaries, which did in fact go
Attackers need to
3-0.
locate and defuse
So Jack kept calling me the prediction god. So yeah, let's just focus on round number 4 as of now. The side being on second floor, master bedroom, and office. You could say that Team Waterboyz are looking very confident here, winning all 3 defensive rounds. And now all they've got to do is just repeat the same sites again and win this, and see whether if they can rack up the lead and Crouch Potatoes not being able to do anything at all. I wouldn't say that this is a good thing for Team Crouch Potatoes, because losing 3 rounds like that on defense surely would lose their entire morale, right?
Attackers are
them,
moving out to locate a bomb and
Unless we see something incredible come out early on, I think they could be done for as soon as that 4th round hits. That's when you know that the entirety of this map is just over. There's still an opportunity to equalize. There's still an opportunity for 3 rounds to come in, but they're losing out so much when it comes down to the way they are entering the sites that they're getting caught out. Again, the drone play is not as immaculate as members of Waterboyz in the last couple of rounds, and I do believe that's why they're taking so many of these engagements haphazardly. The drone play is just very lackluster.
Yeah, not a lot of information that Team Crouch Potatoes are willing to find one. Run out from Beat all the way from basement, but instead it ends up dealing his own damage here. Less than 50 HP, and now Beat will be forced to not make any hasty decisions for runouts and just play according to sight. Now, with some recent informations from the attackers... Oh,
Sandy!
boy.
God damn it, dude!
Sandy.
Oh, just peek it.
Sandy,
Give this
just,
man.
Just stop, Sandy. What are you doing?
attackers recover
How can he
the
just
bomb.
get away with a kill like that? Beat comes up with the second. From the first floor, Beat gets another one. Crouch Potatoes, they are caught in a very hard place. Beat somehow survives the grenade blast, and he gets a triple kill while he gets down by his own teammate Sandy. My goodness,
Sandy's
what
like,
is
"Give me some
happening
kills
on
already."
round number 4? Vinci, no info regarding anything at all. He needs to find 2 players. Maybe he could get Sandy out, but a revival will be made nonetheless. And Beat is on his triple kill. Might be able to get the 4th unless Sandy gets to do something about it. No, he does not. He gets the 1st, but not the 2nd. Beat gets the 4th, and so does round number 4 at the hands of Team Waterboyz. 4-0. My goodness, Team Waterboyz. I don't know what to say. The shots that Beat and Sandy that they're performing both as the Melusi and the Alibi is just something else. Round number 5, it's 4-0, and Crouch Potatoes are yet to make a statement here. And when it comes to competition of predictions, I gotta say, aggressive, you're actually right. 4 defensive rounds on Waterboyz. Do you really think that it would end up 6-0? Like an entire flawless first half?
Bomb located by attackers.
Chalet and on defense. Oh hell no! Oh hell no! That's not gonna happen. Because the way I see it, it's just come on. Statistically, that should be impossible, right?
Yeah, it is impossible. But knowing how Waterboyz have been performing this first half, clutches after clutches, and now on run number 4, not a single player has
Just
been
watch.
downed out from Crouch Potatoes.
No, just watch, Baba. Beat's gonna overheat and die first.
5 seconds to go.
Man, I like the way how I jinx a lot and you end up being
Attackers'
the
objective
right
is to
one.
defuse a bomb.
Well, Beat on the other hand, I'm pretty
Attackers
sure that he
located
will do
bomb.
exactly that. He's
He's
prepped
gonna
for a
overheat
run out
and
from
die.
the...
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he is actually prepping in for a run out from the Windows side, and maybe he could take Dark Lord out. Yeah, he's
Oh,
just
wait.
patiently waiting. Actually, no,
Oh,
it
wait.
will be Sandy who gets picked out first. There goes Sandy. We still have Beat, and he's just
And one of
patiently
them ran
waiting.
out, right?
Yeah,
Of
well,
course.
Sandy was the one who ran out from second floor, so he got caught out. And I mean, on the bright side, you did guess it right, aggressive. It was you said Beat would get caught out, but it was Sandy nonetheless.
Same thing. Potato,
Yeah, it's still
potato,
the same
tomato, tomato.
Crouch Potato.
Oh god. But in this case, it is a 4 versus 5 situation favoring Tropics. So they're gonna be quite happy about it, but at the end of the day, they have an advantage to play around with, but then again, was this a well-deserved advantage? Not exactly. Silence. He's gonna get stuck at the Flores drone. Okay, I didn't even notice them picking up a Flores, but that's a pretty smart idea to take out those deployable shields early. Just a nuisance to deal with. Smoke canisters just try and slow down this push as much as it can, and Dark Lord, such a strong position. One defender trying to go in for the rotation here could just be their downfall, and Silence! He's just stuck. He has nowhere to go. He needs to run here, but he can't. Dark Lord with a double kill. He's on for a possible ace if he does find one more player staggering around. But I love this. The attackers, they're not giving much up. They're using their utility properly for this wider, but Beat. Oh, I don't think they know he's on master bedroom. A couple of shots to be taken, but he's not making a lot of noise. I don't think they're gonna hear him.
Yeah, there's a Claymore though from the drone side, but he's been detected from the attack drones.
The attacker's
Now
bomb
Beat, his
diffuser
location has
has
been
been
compromised. Does he know that there's a Claymore? Yes, he does. He just gotta have to remove it. Oh no, just remove it. Oh yeah, there you go. That's one Claymore down. And now with the presence of Beat shown around, you could say that Team Crouch Potatoes are heavily focused on this one man right here. Headshot. There goes Mojo. Impacts for a quick rotate, and now he's just sprinting towards library to rescue his teammate.
Defender has
With
been
just
discovered.
45 seconds left, run out being made gives some confusions, and
What?
that somehow ends up getting a kill, only to get refragged from Cobra nonetheless. 2v3, Crouch Potato still has this under control, but Boss no longer at the hands of Violet. Now Silence. You could say that Waterboyz have lost so many opportunities. 1v3. Although Beat had made an attempt and he was successful in round number 1,
Bomb diffuser.
can this happen though on round number 5? Because for the attackers, they only have 15
15
seconds.
seconds remaining.
And it's now Silence's
10
turn.
seconds left.
Maybe he can come up with a clutch. We could be witnessing something incredible!
Diffuser.
But that's a lot of damage already done. For old Silence, he doesn't even have enough bullets to try and take multiple different engagements. That's the first, that's the secondary. He needs to try and take a fight already early on, but I don't think he's gonna find it. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, but still, can he go out of the frying pan and straight up into the fire is the real question. That the first kill, maybe, but nope. Not against the Twitch F2. One shot to the body is all that he needs, and Cobra with a shutdown. Takes another one for the team, and with that, my prediction is still on the cards.
It is still on the cards, aggressive. 4-1. Crouch Potatoes have finally managed to get a single win on attack. A good job when it comes to those, when it comes to plays like that. It was Cobra and Vinci who'd usually got the
Defenders
initial
protect the
picks.
bombs
Removing
from being
Sandy
defused
out
by
from second
attackers.
floor was a necessary one, and so did Beat, who almost recovered the round back to Team Waterboyz. He did remove 2 players out, but didn't had the necessary information on the third player, which he was currently at the stairs. So, all in all, Waterboyz, what a way to start off their first half. But Team Crouch Potatoes, this might give them a chance for them to come back. And ending the first half on a 4-2 might give them at least a sigh of relief,
10 seconds.
so that in the second half they'll have some chance for them to bring this back. Will it happen though?
Insertion.
And especially for Waterboyz, would you make an attempt of a spawn peek or a run out
Locate
once
and
again?
defuse the bomb.
Because I'm pretty sure that if you make it once more, Crouch Potatoes will be prepped and ready for this. So it always requires timing, and with the amount of information that they'll get from the Valkyrie scams, should be more than enough to get a guaranteed kill or two. So let's see what will happen after this. Beat, on the other hand, prepped and ready with the runouts. All he's got to do is just listen to the attack repelling. That would be more than enough. That would be more than information for Beat to get that kill. But if there is a slight hiccup, then Waterboyz might lose this one player back again.
Especially with the Valkyrie now, they have an amplitude of information. Clearly. But for them, this Flores could just be a big thorn on their sides as well. He's been constantly being a pressurizing presence by taking out those deployable shields, and because of it, they need to try and maybe figure out a possible solution. Beat! Again, taking a good chunky amount of damage, needs to give up the entirety of trophy, and he needs to run all the way around towards basement. Holding from garage, looking for a possible peek from the attackers, a bit too aggressive. And Beat? What?
Impact and a kill. How did Beat get the info? Is it?
I think
is
that's
it
a black
because there's
guy.
Yeah, I think there's a Valkyrie cam that's been present towards the trophy, which did ended up Beat getting that kill nonetheless. But I didn't get to see any yellow pings coming from that. But all in all, what a way for Beat to get that kill. Explosive drone, and now it's Sandy's turn with the headshot grenade from Dark Lord, getting a kill off from Baz. And
Silence.
Waterboyz, my goodness, how are they handling out the situation once again?
that's
a quick
noise.
peek from Silence. With the help of the vault sounds, he'll be able to get Violet out. They even have the confirmation on defuse, and Vinci, on the other hand, has an LMG. Can he succeed? Yes, he will. He shouldn't have a lot of problems dealing with Silence. But all he's got to do is just recover back the diffuser and ensure post-plant. There's two more defenders who are looking on that particular place, and Dark Lord just waltz out from the ladder at the right time. Rattler is going to miss both of the shots, the third one of that too. And with him, with Dark Lord still being alive, you could say that Team Crouch Potatoes, they still have a chance to win this.
2v2 scenario,
Attackers
see
have
their
recovered
odds
their diffuser.
are in the best of spots. They have the diffuser in their hands, but still with 30 seconds left, they have ample amounts of time to make their way in. But I don't believe it's going to be enough. They need to get into the site. They only have second floor control. The site is first floor.
15 seconds left.
What's the game plan here? How do you want to make this one through?
10
They're
seconds
on
to
towards
go.
Fireplace,
Bomb
trying to
located
entry
by
onto the
attackers.
bar, but look at the crossfire setup. Beat's already present. And with Rattler, that's the first shot!
A bomb
But they expect Beat! Wait, what?
Oh man, 1v1.
Oh, they're sticking it.
It's just
They're
Dark
sticking
Lord.
it. Come
Can he
on!
succeed? No, he knifes it!
into the diffuser.
Goodbye.
Diffuser disabled by defenders.
Rattler, you just had to do that, didn't you? Huh?
Hey, he's that close in range. Why pull out your gun when you can
Yeah.
get a guaranteed one shot, right?
Yes, S for style points, aggressive. S for style points. 5-1. And I just like on the all chat where Rattler just said, sorry for BM. I'm so sorry. I just had to do it, you know? I mean, I had a pistol, but you know, the knife's more powerful than the pistol. So, yeah, pause time being requested from Team Crouch Potatoes. 5-1 is the score line in the first half. And now on round number 7, Waterboyz are on attack on a map like Chalet. Crouch Potatoes on defense, things might not look too good from their end because there were some certain situations where they couldn't succeed opening up the walls, but they did, however, gain control on library. They even, had control when it comes to man count. But although it was looking good for them on both early and mid rounds, it just suddenly started to fall apart in the late rounds itself. And when that happened for the past 3 rounds, round number 4 was a flawless win. They couldn't handle out the aggression displayed around Beats' end. They couldn't even figure out a way to remove, Sandy out. It was an entire lockdown. They couldn't even enter inside the building, mainly because you had both Sandy and Beat, who was just constantly pressuring them right outside. They had no idea. And the constant information that they have in the site itself clearly shows that Team Crouch Potatoes could have brought an IQ instead. Bringing in IQ could have at least removed those important information gathering intel and helped
I
them
think
in
they didn't
focusing on the
expect it.
site much more clearly.
No. The thing is, Baba, for the last 6 rounds, did you see them pick up the Valkyrie even once? Crouch.
They did. Only on round number 6.
Yeah, exactly. They just did not do it for any of the previous roundups. So in that sense, they had no idea the Valkyrie was going to be present. They could have swapped out, yes, but right at the very end, I don't think they expected the Valkyrie there at all. That's why the IQ pick just never came out. And because of that massive surprise, the attackers they fell flat. Crouch
True.
Potatoes, again, it could have worked out in their favor, but once more, look at the way that Waterboyz were playing. They completely denied the second floor control until the last 25 seconds of the round. Like, what do you do as the attacker at that point? You have no clearance on the first floor. You have nothing on towards basement. Anyone could be playing for a C4. You're just stuck. No way out. And because of it, the members of Waterboyz, they just completely took down Crouch Potatoes in every way, shape, and form.
Now, the biggest question here is, will Crouch Potatoes bring this back? Can they win 4 rounds back to back without making any mistakes? Site on second floor, master bedroom and office, and the site on bar and gaming, kitchen and dining. These 3 sites are a bit difficult for the defenders. But if they succeed in this, if they somehow decides to, have maximum control on library and just falling back at the right time when the attackers doesn't have a lot of time to deal with, then maybe we could see Crouch Potatoes win it out. That's basically how Chalet works on defense. The main goal for the defenders is to waste a lot of time. And in order for them to waste a lot of time, you got to show presence. So if I give an example on bar and gaming room, you need control on library because you have to deny those vertical lines of sight being used from the attacker's end. And in order to do that, you need to place a player into a mezzanine hallway to ensure that there is some resistance being made. But you cannot stay in that place for a very long time because you are more likely, get targeted from the other places too. So the more time the defenders waste, the better the chances that they have in executing the site itself. And I'm pretty sure that getting a flawless win on Chalet is almost an impossible task. Right? Because
And
we haven't seen a flawless round from Waterboyz, right?
it wouldn't happen in any situation because, again, the defensive side is very difficult to get those flawless rounds on. If you get 6 rounds on the defense, you're probably the best team in the entire. It doesn't matter who you are, because if you're able to do something like that, it's close to impossible. But at the end of the day, think about it from the other side of the spectrum. Now that Crouch Potatoes are on their own defensive side, maybe they have a certain strategy that we do not really personally know about. Valkyries could be coming in. They have large amounts of intel on their side, but is it enough? Because of the way that Twitch is being played by Sandy and sometimes Beat, I don't know, man. Those black eyes could get easily taken out because I'm pretty sure Sandy knows every single position of where they could be.
Attackers need to locate.
Well,
and
we
defuse
finally
the
got the
bomb.
player from the side of Team Crouch Potatoes in the lobby. So everything is set and ready to go. Round number 7. Crouch Potatoes finally be able to defend themselves on the side second floor office and bedroom. But knowing Team Waterboyz and the way how they've succeeded in most of their rounds, it's actually difficult to determine whether if Crouch Potatoes can do this. All in all, it depends on the way how they
10
can
seconds to
outmaneuver Waterboyz on attack, but it requires
5 seconds
timing.
left.
And the most heavy hitters of them all, Dark Lord and
Attackers must
Vinci,
locate and defuse
they
a
did
bomb.
their best share of efforts on attack itself. Dark Lord with the Iana, the initial kills were looking perfect. He even had Vinci with the with his own shots. I think Vinci was playing Zofia at that time. The LMG was just working perfectly for Team Cross Potatoes, but they've only managed to snatch one round on attack. And now in second half, it'll be even much more dangerous, especially with Sandy bringing in the Kebi. All you've got to do is just ring their phones, and their position is, their position is compromised.
Stage. What's the game plan here? How do they really want to play this one out? They're in a pretty good spot. The drones are going to be able to get ample amounts of info all across the site, but because of the way that the pings are coming in, how are they going to play this? Looking at Crouch Potatoes, they're all hunkered in towards site. With only one player playing on the lurk from the bottom basement, but that's it.
Bomb located by attackers.
All in all, you see Waterboyz just taking their sweet time. The information game from these drones was just feeding them constant information. They removed important utilities. Beat, on the other hand,
plays on basement.
yeah, Beat knows exactly where Mojo is, so he's just trying to see whether if he can trap Valkyrie out. That default cam will give away his
Oh, look
position.
at the drone.
Yeah, that's the entire flank has been watched around here, aggressive. And I'm pretty sure that since they've got every single flanks covered, even the information game being gone and out from Valkyrie's cams, now they can just focus on the side. But unfortunately, with that gunfight that's been happening around, Silence finds one. A beautiful headshot. He has control, but not for long. You forgot about Cobra. All the way towards the piano's end. And now Beat is still trying to find Dark Lord. All the way from piano, will he get the shot? No, he somehow survives. That default cam is just giving so much information of his whereabouts. Round is still going on. The C4, will that connect? No, it does not. Oh no. What a disaster. 40 seconds and Baz knows exactly where Thunderbird is. Defuses the C4, and Beat on the other hand is just constantly getting info. Baz gets one, Rattler gets the other, and now you can see Team Cross Potatoes slowly starting to crumble down. But there is still hope. Mojo, he will get one, so does Dark Lord, and it's all down to Beat. Is this a sign of deja vu? Because it's a 1v2. The only difference is he's the one on attack. He will find one, and now he just needs to find Dark Lord. And he gets it. Dark Lord actually gets it. He requires 6 seconds, and that 6 seconds perfectly timed out. Cross Potatoes will disable this and ensure victory on round number 7 to be at their hands. What a close round. What a performance for from Dark Lord.
Credit for credit is due. That was actually quite strong. Because what? I was a little bit surprised. It was a trade-off from both ends because I'm pretty sure that Dark Lord wasn't the one who got that kill. That was a trade.
Defenders,
Surprising.
protect your bombs from being
Because,
defused by attackers.
again, Waterboyz, their attacks, their defensive strategy was
Discover the location of the bomb.
slightly off. Sorry, their attacking strategy
Bomb
was
located
slightly
by
off the
attackers.
mark because of the way that they were going in for it. Instead of establishing the map control first and then going in for the plant on the diffuser, they just tried to rush it a little bit too much. And they paid the price for it with their own lives. Again, we saw a Sledge present on the map with both of his grenades still intact. That is not something that is common unless and until you rush the attack strat. And that's what happened to them. And Cross Potatoes, they were
5
able to
seconds to
capitalize
go.
on that mistake.
Camera feed up and running.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Now, round number 8. This might be the round where Cross Potatoes can bring this back. But unless and until we see some plays from Rattler or Sandy's end, you could say that Waterboyz might have a lot of problems in this attack round. And every single time when we say about Chalet being an attacker favored map, it always bites us in the back, you know? Especially when we say it's an attacker favored map, suddenly defender starts to win a lot of rounds. And then when we say defender sided map, the attackers would win it out. It's just the yin and yangs of how false my prediction would be and also how opposite my answers would be both at the same time. Phones coming in from the Kebi's end will give them ample amount of information, but Doctor will deny immediately by removing Sandy off first. There goes Sandy once again. And for Waterboyz, he was the main player who was usually dealing a lot of damage. But what's more problematic is that Silence disconnect is going to put Cross Potatoes at an even major advantage here. There's only 3 players left, and Rattler and Beat, and also Baz, needs to figure out the way to bring this. And they're not wasting any time at all, especially with that piece. Starting off with Rattler, he gets one. Violet on the other hand, beautiful shot with the SMG-11, headshot of that too, to confirm the kill. And now, it's a 1v4. Rattler only has 2 grenades. Diffuser has been dropped. And he needs to find all 4 players on the side of Team Cross Potatoes in order for them to succeed. He's not going to waste any time at all. He'll just open up some certain lines of sight and see whether he can, bait one of the defenders. But it's not going to happen though, because Violet was too keen with the SMG-11 shots. Finds Rattler, and we will see Cross Potatoes win yet another round here, folks. Round number 8 will be theirs, ending it up on a 5-3 scoreline, and a pause will be requested from Waterboyz end.
Silence. He was very much necessary for this play, but okay, Sandy trolling us with a little bit of a pickup of the blitz, but at the end of the day, again, Crouch Potatoes, they played their round very beautifully. Getting that early pickup over onto Sandy has been a consistent thing for Crouch Potatoes, and I think that Sandy's taking these fights a little bit too aggressively. He needs to start playing it a lot more safe. The Dokkaebi is very crucial for them over in the long run, and her late game potential is just incredible. The way that she can play around, especially with the information that she can gain just from finding a dead body close to her, is insane value. You can use all of the information tools that the defenders have against them. So the Dokkaebi in the long run needs to stay alive. But in these cases, again, Waterboyz, what's your attacking strat? Because you're trying to wing it, it seems, in a lot of these scenarios, instead of playing as a coordinated squad. They're dropping rounds like it's hotcakes. But that shouldn't really be the case at all. Now, should it, here, Baba? Because on this particular map, we saw a lot more of a closer fight on those attacking rounds from Crouch Potatoes instead of Waterboyz.
Yeah, for Waterboyz, I gotta agree, aggressive. Yeah, not looking good. Losing 2 rounds like that on round number 7 and 8. Although on round number 8, I can understand mainly because of a major disconnect. But losing Sandy at an early round, both on round number 7 and 8, wasn't a good way for Team Waterboyz to succeed. And I'm pretty sure that Sandy will not bring in the Kebi once again. Although the kit of the Kebi is very strong when it comes to gaining information, you still have other attackers, right? You still have the Jackal, you still have Lion that can give ample amount of information just by accessing his drones. And then also you have Jackal who can just tracks footprints, and can give you vital information on defenders' whereabouts. They could use that, and mainly because of operatives still being in play for the attackers, we don't get to see a lot of the Kebi being brought out. And you could say that the Kebi is not looking good when it comes to win rate percentage, but when it comes to making a play with the Kebi with mute not being available, the amount of ample information that you gain from the sound itself is more than enough for the attackers to gain the advantage here. And now with Silence being on board and with the ready confirmation being made, we are not going to waste any time at all, folks. We are going back
Defenders, protect
to
your
round
bombs
number
from
9.
being defused by attackers.
And with Team Waterboyz, who have lost 2 attack rounds, now they're here to defend Basement Snowmobile Garage. Can Cross Potatoes make their mark and equalize it 5-5 in this round?
They're in a strong spot as well here. again, looking at the way that Waterboyz have been playing, just play it slow. Take your time for these engagements. You don't need to rush. I think the statement that we made before that, hey,
10 seconds left
maybe
before
they have a
insertion.
couple of exams
Attackers
right
have
after
discovered the
this and they want to
location
end
of a
this as
bomb.
quickly as possible.
5
They
seconds
got to
left.
study, they have something to do, maybe go to the market and catch up with some groceries. You never really know because,
To defuse a bomb.
again,
Bomb
why are
located
you
by
rushing it
attackers.
so much? You can just take your time for it. But I like the way that this was played out. Capital getting picked out will give them an edge here as they're trying to entry over from the breach. They have a couple of the smokes and they also have the...
Shield on the ground.
Correct me if I'm wrong. What was the name of the util that causes the fire? I don't remember the exact name for that. Because the way that this one's gonna pan out in general for me is, again, looking back over towards the composition, they do have an OSA, and I like this. The way that Waterboyz are playing this is so smart. They're putting up the shields to get those lines of sight early on because they are expecting a couple lines of sight to be open from the defenders. And because of it, using those OSA shields, they can easily play around with the different avenues. Maybe a little bit of a dangerous peek coming in from Rattler, though. He's looking to be as aggressive as he can, but there is no first floor control. This could be an issue for them in the long run. They need to work their way in towards the site at one stage here, but again, that doesn't seem to be the case. Dark Lord all the way over towards the second floor gets spotted out, and because of it, they're gonna be in a tough position. Silence opening up the first wall. The breach is now completely taken out, and again, couple of positions found. The defenders have been forced back into very uncomfortable spots, but they're being pincered, and because of that, it could be a problem. That's gonna be Violet going down. Silence coming in down hot and strong. Takes down the first, looking for the secondary, but Vinci's just way better for it. One more frag for Sandy over on the back end of it. Good shots, good plays, good amounts of map control to be established, but Sandy's already in from main stairs. No one's watching it, no one's holding it. Dark Lord over to the corner. I don't think he's gonna get cleared. That's gonna be a problem. And Sandy, he's gonna be on the backseat because of it. Dark Lord being absolute Chad for this play. He's able to survive, but the Capital still in the running. Good shots, Dark Lord. Okay, making things a little bit more competitive, boss. It's all up to you. Has an LMG in hand. How is he gonna play this one out? Positions may be known. He spots out one, but Dark Lord's way quicker on the trigger. Good spray control as well, and man, Dark Lord single-handedly won them this entire round. What just happened?
Man, what a play from Dark Lord here. Did not expect to see this turn around, especially on this round. And look at it. It's 5-4. That I did not expect, especially on the second half on map Chalet. Site, though, will be on master bedroom / office, and I gotta say, how did Dark Lord ended up getting kills like that, despite Waterboyz having the major advantage on getting control of this particular place? And what's more interesting is that Waterboyz are yet to make a win on attack. And even with Sandy's presence being shown, it's just not working out.
How bad did we jinx it? It's real question.
I think we jinxed it too much, you know? We said that on first half, maybe the defenders could get a huge advantage. I think I said that this could end up on a 6-0 in the first half, and maybe that's the thing I jinxed, you know?
5
Yeah,
seconds.
but all in all, it's a 5v4. Waterboyz had so good control in the first half, and Crouch Potatoes, they're also doing the same thing, especially in the second half. They are yet to lose a single round on attack, and Waterboyz, despite being so close on round number 9, Dark Lord, he just proved otherwise.
Since as well. Dark Lord, he's single-handedly turning the tides of each and every one of these ones. And because of it, the way that everything is panning out, it's not working out in their favor at all here. But at the end of the day, let's just give them a slight benefit of the doubt of the way that they're playing, because, again, I don't know just yet, because I'm looking to see a bit more of an aggressive play coming in from the attackers, and yep, that's what we're expecting. Upside down repel catches out the first initial player holding from the main lobby, but the master bathroom is still under proper lockdown. The mute's just gonna be holding. He's gonna be present, but
Attackers have located a bomb.
they have lost a massive chunk of the map by losing out on the Kaid.
Yeah, for Waterboyz, they've got to be careful. They are not allowed to make mistakes like this for the past 3 rounds. Cross Potatoes have things under control, and what's more problematic is that Dark Lord, he is still alive. He could still deal major damage to this execute unless he's taken care of. Excada spell is being used to open up lines of side, flash bangs, which will put Violet in a very bad mood. And the IQ is just removing some useful information devices, like the mute jammers. Opened up lines of sight, Solarium angle is just so powerful. Silence.
Spot out the gun
Sees
barrel.
Dark Lord. He just doesn't get the angle properly just yet. And with that single peek, giving away his opportunity, the nades, on the other hand, will deal a major damage towards Violet. Now you can just see Beat already into a Solarium, 1 kill from Baz. And now just Beat just rushing towards that place. He gets the second 2 from Baz's end, only to get traded out from Mojo. Actually, no, not traded out. Sandy is the one who got picked out. But Dark Lord, he's
Mojo's
still
dead.
alive. He's still alive. 2v4. And in this 40 seconds, they're just starting to crumble down.
Dude, Dark
Lord,
Lord!
he gets 2, but no, Beat just arrives at the right time. He
Dude,
says,
Dark Lord nearly pulled off a miracle again.
yeah, he nearly pulled off a miracle for Team Cross Potatoes, but yeah, in the end, it will be Waterboyz who will secure a match point, and a pause will be requested here.
Yeah,
Still,
silence.
They can still bring it back here, aggressive. They can still bring this back, Cross Potatoes.
There's a good chance. And good God, Crouch Potatoes, they're getting very close to these. But again, they're relying on individual performances from Dark Lord. And I give you the statement all the time here, Baba, that you just can't rely on a singular player to give you rounds. It just doesn't work like that, especially when you're considering the game of Siege. One player can do so much when there's like 15 different things that you can die from. You can die from an upside down rappel. You can die from a random bullet hole being made by the attackers. There could be a Flores drone coming out of absolutely nowhere, sticking to you on the right side of the wall, and you could get caught out because you have nowhere to go. Nades could be coming in from the bottom floor. There's so much that you need to worry about in this particular game that a single player just cannot give you that edge. And because of it, Dark Lord just died out a little bit too early, and due to that, the members of Crouch Potatoes, they just started falling apart. They need to showcase a little bit more emphasis on their team play and coordination, because in the current situation, Waterboyz, they just are looking to be a stronger unit as a whole. But because of the individual performances coming in from Crouch Potatoes, they just fell flat for the last couple of rounds. That gave Crouch Potatoes the opportunity to snowball a little bit of momentum into their favor. But for how long can they keep the momentum rolling for their side? Because currently, it feels as though Crouch Potatoes, they just lost everything again. And unless we see a resurgence from them and a possible strategic change, this map point could just end things off on a possible 2-0 for Waterboyz.
Although it's still not done yet, right? Especially from Crouch Potatoes, who just came back. They won 3 rounds back to back. And if they lose this round for Team Crouch Potatoes, it's all gone. They'll go down to the lower brackets and they have to fight up either against Noah Kyla Warriors or from GEE2 Esports. But they have to win 2 defensive rounds, and there's high likely a chance that it can happen. Waterboyz, on the other hand, despite their presence not shown on the attack rounds, especially in the second half, with some changes in the operator's side, in the operator's picks itself, you see Sandy bring in Zofia, right? You even have Beat bring in the IQ with the G8 LMG in hand, which not only delivered a fatal blow, but also ensured that none of those utilities will be blocking to, use the hard breach utilities to open up lines of sight. So there is high likely a chance that Crouch Potatoes could win 2 rounds on round number 11 and 12, but it always depends on Waterboy's approach. whether if they've adapted properly, understood the methods of Crouch Potatoes' hold and their aggressive push from time to time, and if they read it like a book, then you could say that Crouch Potatoes might be able to lose this. Unless and until Waterboyz also make their fair share of mistakes, then you could say it's always like 50-50 in the end. But all in all, Waterboyz, if they lose this round, they still have one final chance. And if that does not happen, then we all know what will happen here, folks. Overtime will be present. Crouch Potatoes will at least equalize it, which means it will be an entire reset. And we'll only have 3 rounds on overtime to
And
determine
Ash?
who will claim map number 2. That's actually interesting, though. Coming in from Sandy's end, he will bring in the Ash. It's been a while since I've seen Ash being brought out, especially with the huge nerfs being brought out from the
And
R4C
nope.
and G336. My goodness.
Hey, you say the G336 and it's in the hands of the Iana as well, so
Mm-hmm.
it's
You know,
fine.
for a moment there, I thought Sandy was gonna bring in the Ash, but then I realized in the next update on Operation Brutal Swarm, there is a lot of recall changes being made from both Zophia's assault rifle weapon and
Attackers need to
also from the
locate and
R4C
defuse
from
as many
Ash.
bombs.
So I'm pretty sure that a lot of Ash mains would return back in the game of Rainbow Six Siege, and we might see players from the attack side, operators being brought out like Ash. But there will be a bit competitions between Ash and Iana, and see what does it work out. Some friendly banters being made from the all chat. It's nice to see. But
It's high spirits all around.
yeah, it's all high spin in the end. 6-4, match point for Team Waterboyz. They still have one chance, and if they lose this, then you're going to give Crouch Potatoes the chance that they need to win map 2.
Do you see a couple of possible runouts from Vinci?
Attackers are moving out to
He's
locate
trying to be a
bombs.
bit aggressive on that and trying to get that early bouts of information for his squad, but not like this, not just yet, because Crouch Potatoes, they've showcased their proficiency when it came down to the second floor also. You can just wait and play it down slowly. But at the end of the day, one of the main things that I liked about the way that Waterboyz are switching up their strategies is because they're showing a lot more respect. And because of it, they're able to work the maps very slowly. They're able to utilize all the time that they have on the clock to slowly whittle down the utility that the defenders have. And because of it, they can make an easier push happen from there. And the upside down rappel could just get a couple of frags, but no!
No, Dark Lord.
Ooh, okay. Don't mind the voice crack, it just happens in these high intense situations because it's guaranteed. A Dark Lord! Making a break for it. Tom is right after you. Careful about this though. Maybe a shot. That's good. I thought that was a Gemini. Wait, what?
Bomb.
It's funny how even us, the casters, gets confused on whether if it was the real Gemini or not. But in the end, it was the real one. And Sandy gets to take the high fall yet again. And Dark Lord...
I don't understand.
who
Why
was-
not use the Gemini? You just ran into the open.
I guess he did use it in the initial ones to get info, but instead it didn't work out. I have no idea. I gotta agree on that aggressive, but all in all, Darkseid, who was in the mezzanine hallway, turns out he escaped. And what's even more good coming in from Crouch Potato's end is this Cobra gets to find another one. Beat's been gone. There's only 3 attackers left, and they've got to make good use of this. Exothermic charge to open up lines of sight, and also an entryway towards the side as well. But who has the diffuser? No one actually. No one has a diffuser in hand. It's all the way down the spawn, and Vinci gets one more. Rattler goes out. And in a minute left, you can see how powerful Crouch Potatoes is
They
right
don't
now.
have the diffuser. What's the plan?
Yeah, I think they're going for frags. There's no other choice. They
They
have
actually
to.
don't have a choice.
And remember when I said there wouldn't be a flawless round? I mean, there still isn't, but in the end, they will win round number 11 nonetheless. Dark Lord, I have to highlight this point. Dark Lord was in mezzanine hallway, right? He was cornered on the rappel side on window, 2 attackers pushing in from library, and somehow he gets away. He gets away from that place. He survives. And Crouch Potatoes, they won. How?
Possibility of an overtime?
Yeah, can happen. It can. It definitely can.
Yeah. But we
Attackers
do
need
see
to
a little
locate
bit more
and
of a
defuse as
counterplay
many
coming in
bombs
for
as they can.
Waterboyz here. They pick up the IQ to cause a bit more damage on that end. So let's just see how this one pans out. The Twitch really does not get a lot of value on this particular instance. There's not a lot of utility that she can break other than, of course, the electric claws who have been a bit of a thorn on their sides. But then again, have they really been able to get much through the hard breaches? Not much exactly, now, is it? What's the game plan here? Because this site is very difficult to enter.
10 seconds to insertion.
And unless that second floor control is established early at maybe the 1 minute
5
mark,
seconds left.
we could be looking at this game going over into overtime and a possible win for
Attacker's
Crouch
objective is
Potatoes.
to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, it's a tough decision. After all, we're at the round of ones. One round for Waterboyz to secure map Chalet. One round for Crouch Potatoes to put themselves back on overtime. It is all or nothing for Team Waterboyz. They've lost so many rounds. And you could say it's almost similar to the first half. 5-1 was the scoreline, where 5 rounds was at the hands of Team Waterboyz. And if you take a look at the second half recap too, it's almost the same. All 4 defensive rounds at the hands of Crouch Potatoes. Only round number 10 was the round where Waterboyz had won.
Loading new magazine.
And if Sandy gets picked out early in the round,
Reloading.
then I'm pretty much guaranteed that Crouch Potatoes can literally win this.
It's all about that first initial peak. Whoever gets it early will be the ones to take it all and shut it all down. Silence! Oh, God, buddy. Just be careful. Just be careful, please. And, never mind. Oh. Does he know? I think he knows, right?
I'm pretty sure it does not. Yep, now he knows. Now he knows. Rattle now knows. We'll just go in for the confirmation. There goes Dark Lord. Control on mezzanine hallway. And now you see Waterboyz take immediate control, but they forgot about the C4. Right from below. The
Doesn't
kill's
kill
not
him, though.
confirmed yet. The kill's not confirmed yet. But on the bright side, Crouch Potatoes, they don't have control on second floor. And here comes Sandy, the G8 LMG. Won't be able to find its prey. But at least it's more than enough pressure for them to revive his teammate back to 20
A bomb
HP.
has been located.
But they're losing a lot of time. A minute left. They've got to open up lines of sight, and somehow they're not getting a kill. Sandy sees the leg.
Find it.
There goes Cobra. 3 more players left. Cooked nade from Rattler needs to find its mark, and they've got to do it fast because they're losing a lot of time. They need control on that hallway, and Violet is currently playing in that particular place, but he gets the kill
Nice
nonetheless.
shot.
Right from below. The SMG-11, but Sandy also does the same thing with the G8 LMG. Headshot to take out Mojo.
Oh,
And
what
look
a
at
shot,
that.
Sandy!
It's just they're falling apart. The G8 LMG is just favoring them a lot. And now it's Vinci. Vasticlus is 1v3. He finds one. He doesn't have the C4, but Beat has the protection. All he's got to do is just protect Silence, and he will evidently do so.
Oh,
40
this is
seconds.
impossible. What on the top?
5
What on the
HP.
outside? I think there's a drone close by as well, right?
Yeah, there has to be an attack drone. And
Yeah.
he also doesn't have a C4 at that too. Vertical line of sight. Windows being washed from Silence.
That's
It's
a
all
double
gone.
peak guaranteed. Yeah, this
It
is
is.
just over. Unless he pulls off a miracle spray transfer. Yep, it's just not gonna happen. Silence has the angle. And at the very end, it just slipped through their fingers. They could have had it quite often, but you have to give credit where credit is due. Every single avenue being taken by the side of Waterboyz for this last particular round was just incredible to watch. The team was on point right at the very end, and you have to give them that opportunity because, again, Crouch Potatoes, they found the best possible opportunity to try and take this win away from Waterboyz, but they just fell flat on their faces in more ways than one. What just happened to them? They just completely fell apart.
Yeah, they did. You know, next time I think it's best if we don't jinx it at the beginning, because when we start to say that, yeah, it's 4-0, I'm pretty sure that Team Waterboyz have things under control. And guess what happened afterwards in the second half? History repeats itself with the same wins only one attack round win, which had happened from Waterboyz. But at least on the bright side, they did win round number 10. Let's take a look at the highlights and talk about the entirety of this matchup. First half, 5 rounds, back-to-back defender round wins at the hands of Team Waterboyz. An impressive clutch being made from Beat, Bars, and Sandy. Although he was doing an excellent job on defense, apparently he was the one who usually got picked out quite early in the second half. So you could say that it's balanced, almost balanced, as way things should be. And for Dark Lord, man, he started to pop off on second half.
And Dark Lord was the biggest game changer, but he kind of slowed down after the couple of pauses that came in. The guy was just not performing to that caliber right at the very end. But if he was, things could have been a lot more different for them. They just fell flat, but Waterboyz right off the get-go, early on their own defensive side, that was a treat to watch. It was as if nothing could go wrong for them. And then Beat and that clutch. Oh God, that was just insane. I want to relive that clutch moment over and over again until I get tired of this. Because that was a pristine clutch and a lot of mistakes coming in from Crouch Potatoes, of course, but still, at the end of the day, it's more than enough. Clutch after clutch, play after play. All of the members of Waterboyz, they were just incredible to watch up till the very end. They knew what they were doing. They had the control that they wanted. But right off the get-go, right at the very end, it was the side of Crouch Potatoes just coming in massive, getting 4 rounds. 4 rounds consecutively. It's not an easy feat when you know you're down that bad. But at the very end, they were able to hold down the fort. But Waterboyz, they just made a lot of mistakes and they started taking a lot of engagements that they really shouldn't. But at the end of the day, it really does come down to how you close out the game. And the closing moments were absolutely immaculate.
Yeah. Looking at the match statistics, initial kills from Beat, three first picks. Silence with 2, and Dark Lord, man, he really did, you know, gave
Dark Lord
good
has a
hopes and dreams in the
70%
second half.
headshot percentage.
Yeah,
What?
75%.
No. His headshot percentage, because we have the backhand stats, right? The
Uh-huh.
guy has 70% headshot percentage from 16 kills.
Wow. I mean, his shots were absolutely amazing, right?
75 for Sandy.
Yep.
That
Man,
is insane.
man, what a way to end off the second half. Especially the way how Waterboyz had played on map Chalet. First half was so powerful, and Chalet ended up being more of like defender favored in the end. But when we saw plays like the clutches being made from Beat, Dark Lord making his fair share of presence of, absolute just peak performance right there in the second half. From a moment there, I had good hopes from Team Crouch Potatoes that we could have seen map deciders, but it, you know, in the end, it was Sandy in the end with the G8LMG who did ended up getting those important peaks. So, all in all, with the first upper bracket match coming to an end, Team Waterboyz will proceed into the next phase, and for Crouch Potatoes, their journey is not over just yet. As we take a look at the brackets itself, we'll get to see which team does Crouch Potatoes have to go up against in the lower brackets, and it will be none other than GEE2 Esports. So we have our first lower brackets matchup, which will happen from tomorrow. But in order for the first lower bracket matchup to happen, we've got to see who will lose on the second upper bracket matchup between Team Copium and Team Uvu. The winner of it will go up against Team Waterboyz on the finals and have a chance to have a fight to have a spot on the grand finals. And if that does not happen, they still have a chance of the lower brackets where they either have to go up against Team Noah Kyla Warriors or maybe Crouch and GE2 Esports once we get into that next phase. But all in all, what a way to end off the first match. But folks, we still have a lot of action still coming, coming right at the stream. So the second matchup, Copium versus Uvu, will happen right away. But for now, we just got to take a short little break, and we'll be right back after the second matchup. Until then, go take a look at the sponsors.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club presents Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zota Gaming, and also our broadcast partner Loco here. With me as myself, Baugusta. With me, I have our co-caster Cresto. It's been a long time, but now we are finally see you having back. Welcome back, Cresto. As we are here to talk about the second semi-finals of the upper bracket matchup, it will be Team Copium, who will go up against Team Uvu. Now, like we saw on the previous matchup, we saw a lot of upsets being made from Team Waterboyz, and now they've succeeded in having their next spot into the upper brackets. But who will they go up against? That would be the biggest question here. Cresto, how do you feel, and what do you think about the matches here? What's going to happen here?
I'm really excited to see. I really feel excited to say the very least here, Baba. Well, then again, there is a possibility that these matches are gonna be a bit more down to the wire because I personally went down to these players list and I was like, okay, who are these players? And then when I saw the side of Team Uwu, I was like, okay, this is gonna be a heck of a matchup. And when the side of Copium, I've seen the players of Copium in action personally, so there is a possibility that, as you mentioned, the disappointments of the previous game, this might not be the case here because these players are very experienced. These players knows exactly how to go for the composition. At the same time, they know each other. So when you're in the previous game in general, you mentioned the disappointment. The big factor was the side of Waterboyz. They have been playing the game together for a very long time, and it's actually the same case for the side of Team Uwu and Copium as well because they have played in a they have played under multiple names. So there's possibilities that they might be able to take the third map or possibly a very hard fight in the initial maps as well. So that is my thoughts. But then again, there is a possibility that it's gonna levitate to the side of the maps as well. And I was expecting an Oregon and Chalet, and I was a clubhouse as well. And from the looks of it, it's actually not gonna be a clubhouse. It's gonna be a copy. It's gonna be Oregon and Chalet instead. Well, nothing surprising there, Baba.
Yeah, not a surprising thing at all. Except a smiley face, which is in the tower's side, as Uvu is currently blushing.
Wow,
Their
wow.
map pick is on Chalet. Team Uvu has made a decision to bring in that one particular map. And then also we have Oregon being brought up from Team Copium, map number 1. That will be the first map. Decider will be border nonetheless. Although I gotta agree to you, Cresto, most of the maps that we'd usually see always end up being on Clubhouse or Clubhouse or Villa. You don't get to see those two maps being brought out. Only Oregon will be brought out from Team Copium. Uvu, on the other hand, bringing Chalet is actually an interesting one.
Absolutely, it is, and I'm pretty sure that they have something up on their sleeves, and they're gonna be able to make some very surprising plays happen. And I'm pretty sure they're gonna be dropping some ooh in the chat as well because I just noticed that Tower feeling very shy, but I'm pretty sure actually I may understand why the Tower is feeling very shy because Border is the last game, so maybe it is feeling is gonna be seeing some action, which might be the case. But regardless of that, Oregon in general, this is where I have a lot of questions because I know Copium is a very strong team on that map, but then again, this is a map pretty much any team can play. So having the flexibility for yourself, this is something I really respect, but you're also allowing your position to have a lot of flexibility, the momentums. So this is gonna be a bit more of a pressure from either of these side. Maybe from the side of Uwu, at least they will have some capabilities to do something on the map of Chalet, but then again, I'm personally expecting a board that will be in action, but it's something the players will be giving an answer because, to be very honest, we have seen experienced players in the entirety of the tournament, on the entirety of the series, but there have been multiple locations that we have seen a lot of questionable plays. It felt like that they're just feeling short. They're having a lot of compositions of coordination, team communication. Are we gonna be seeing these this time around as well? I believe not because this is the playoff, so a lot of things are on the line. So why risk it?
Yeah, and I talk about both Team Copium and Uvu, who both of them had no problems, ending their initial startups, matchups, ending on a 2-0 basis. I'm pretty sure that this match will be a bit different. Map number 1, on the other hand, Copium always decides to, prefer having maps which are familiar about it. Maps like Oregon and Clubhouse are one of the most standard maps in Game of Rainbow-Six-Siege. The only difference is the team who has mastered the map most is currently the team who would end up winning the match anyways. And talk about map Oregon, Copium and Uvu, it's more of like a 50-50 chance. You never know whether if Uvu can just bring them back by winning most of their defensive round in the first half, or maybe Copium would do the same thing in the second half itself. It always depends on some tiny little mistakes, and that mistakes would most likely be end up being their favor. But I mean, we'll only get to know once we start off the match here, ladies and gentlemen. And talk about the match itself, we're just waiting for the players to arrive into the lobby. And once we get the ready confirmation from our admin side, we will definitely transition back into the game and ensure that we'll be able to start the match as soon as possible. But for now, you just still stuck with us, the casters from both us and Cresto. And this entire community cup that we've had, the second qualifiers where all four matches that me and Cresto, both of us did cast, all matches did ended up on a decider, with the round number 15 being the final round in map number 3. When we came all the way towards the playoffs, it wasn't the same as we'd expected it to be. All upper brackets matchup ended up 2-0, except one match on lower brackets, which was Team Kira Esports up against the Kira Esports, who unfortunately had to, who had to go out, mainly because their opposition team did defeat them. And then also we had the last matchup where most of the matches, like I said, did ended up on a 2-0 scoreline. Even on the previous matchup that we've had, also had the same encounters. But now, Copium and Uvu, I got to ask you, Cresto, knowing that both of these teams are trying to have a spot on the semis, who do you think will win it out?
Do you really want me to be the devil's advocate here, Baba? I'm
Yes,
pretty sure you're.
Cresto.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
So if you
absolutely.
if you want me to take side, it's really hard for me to say anything in general. But when I went through the average team composition, things might lean to the side of Uwu. But then again, I'm not quite sure because Copium they've also put up a very good show. So there is there is a moment that uh, both of these teams have made. There is gonna be a lot of momentum, which is gonna be feeling strong from either of these side, and definitely yeah from the side of Uwu. I'm sorry I did that, but I had to. There's so you know it feels like they had a very good composition in general, and well,
No,
ladies
please
and
continue.
gentlemen,
Please continue, Cresto. Please
I had
continue.
to, but anyway, I can see the laughter on the face of Baba Goose. It is a joke in general, but then again, as I said, they have a good composition. They have been experienced for a very long time, and I can pretty much hear the admins actually laughing around as well. I believe they are gonna be able to keep us happy in the game as well. Copium, I'm not counting you guys out of the equation either, because trust me, there have been occasions that I even mispronounce their name as well. So the names are gonna be there, but it's gonna be the players who are gonna be putting up the show, ladies and gentlemen. So I am putting up a uh, you know, not a bet, but regardless, I'm expecting something a bit higher when it comes to Uwu's side. But Copium, I'm not going to be counting them out of the equation because they are also consistent good players from the side of MIG specifically. Because I've seen the players like Psycho, then I forgot the name. Avidwi and obviously Avim and so on. So they're also experienced players. So if I count them out, trust me, this is gonna be a suicide mission for me. So no.
You could say that most of the players that we've seen from both Copium and Uvu has a mixture of both MIG, Kira, and sometimes some Division 3 teams that we've had in the Pro League series way back. It's been almost a month since I've cast alongside with Jack at that time, but seeing all of them, just mixed up, and now we see them in Copium's and Uvu's size brings a smile to my face. And when I say smile, definitely an Uvu moment. But all in all, now we just have to wait for the side of Team Uvu and Copium to get the ready confirmation. And I believe we have an info regarding the match. It will resume nonetheless, folks. Don't worry about it. The only difference is that Copium will start off their matchup on a 4v5 disadvantage. To be honest, though, from Copium's end, they're not gonna have a good day at all, especially in the first map itself. So we're not gonna waste any time at all, folks. We did give them a lot of time for the players to join in on the lobby, but since we have our final time, we cannot extend more than that. So we're just heading off to the map itself. Map Oregon, ban phase it is, and let's see what are the bans coming in from both Copium and also on the side of Team Uvu.
I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a Thatcher ban. At least before the next season, we're gonna be seeing Thatcher getting constantly banned because Thatcher is not necessarily getting a rework, but instead Thatcher's gadget will be added to a couple of operators from the attacking pool so that it can be used in absence of one. It doesn't quite replace the playstyle of Thatcher in general, but it does allow the opposition. As an attacker, you can have some flexibility to open up walls and so on. Because to be very fair, there have been a moment back in the days in Siege that once you kill a Thatcher, not the Thermite, when it was the time when Maverick and Ace was not introduced to the game. If you kill the Thatcher, okay, guys, we can party from the side of Bandit and Mute. So it's not going to be happening anymore because the game itself has evolved, and it has a lot of options now. But then again, Thatcher is still gonna remain banned from the attacking side. That is kind of surprising because usually the attackers opt to play that. But still, I understand because nowadays teams, all the teams pretty much they play in a manner that Thatcher is not even in the game. So it doesn't quite surprise me there. Followed up by Belfinka, which is gonna be making sense with the Valkyrie as well. I'm expecting a Mira ban, not necessarily a Cade, because Cade can be taken out. But okay, interesting. I believe this is taken out because of the heavy presence of Azami in the elbow area when it comes to the basement defense. Because yeah, let's face it, you as a florist or any utility, you can take out a shield, but an Azami can definitely reestablish that shield or the cover, and that is exactly what is going to be a pain to take out once again. So a lot of utility would have been burned there. So going for an Azami ban, unusual, but makes a lot of sense. As we go for the first defensive round side of defenders, Uwu is going to be starting things off on the second floor with an Ella and an Oryx. Oryx makes sense. Thorn makes sense. Ella.
Defenders, protect
I
your
guess they
bombs
gotta
from being
put
defused by attackers.
concussion in on it too, because when it comes to the concussion mine, I still remember way back when Ella was introduced in the game of Rainbow-Six-Siege. She used to be a menace, especially with the Scorpion Evo, which had so much ammo capacity and the power to, drop shot while proning. Man, those were the days when Ella was introduced. Every single player you see, it's the usual drop shots with the Scorpion Evo. No recoil, absolutely nothing. High fire rate.
10 seconds.
Ella was nerfed in a way that we usually didn't get to see Ella being brought up most of the time, except when we saw the FO12 being in play a lot, especially on map Oregon itself. The shotgun, which had great damage as well as huge magazine capacity, which can decimate their foes on close range, that also has been, reduced to dwindles. And now, talk about the Ella. Scorpion Evo is still in play, but not the FO12 because of how nerfed that weapon is. And talking about the action phase itself, the early peak will come into the hands of Dagger. A bit B goes down. All they've got to do is just focus on the rest of the 4 players. Actually, focus on the rest of the 3 players because the 4th has been disconnected, unfortunately. But for Team Uvu, though, they're looking good. They removed Ovidby out and once more from the Windows side from DZ. Now you can see just Team Uvu just taking things under control. While I was trying to give the mic back to Crestro, the fight still continues. Drizzt gets to get one more, and Shinra, who is left all by himself, needs to find a way to win this 1v5.
It's gonna be near impossible to say the very least because he didn't have the HP. But as I said, he's simply gonna be taken out. And the side of Uwu, they simply didn't even allow any of the attackers to take control of the building. They were not even allowed to take any entrances, because I've seen a player from the van area taken out and then followed up by the armory side and finally on the bedroom side as well. The sledge was allowed to enter, but for how long? There is a dominating performance from the side of Uwu, and it can be summed up from the experience in general, because as I said, the side of Uwu is slightly more experienced, but I believe it's not the experience which is actually making them shine here. It's the manpower disadvantage where the side of
Protect your bombs from
Copium is really struggling. Because as an attacker, you need a lot of utilities and you need a lot of potential to refrag, but unfortunately those were not there either. And the defenders, they understand they have the flexibility, they have the confidence, and they're simply just reinforcing on that. They're simply banking on that, but how long can they focus on it? Now it kind of makes sense that they are going to the Ella plays, because obviously they're going to the gunfights, not necessarily on the strategy, even though strategies themselves are present in case the gunplays are not gonna be, that much beneficial. But regardless of that, the attackers, they'll have to be very, very careful, because every bit of the bullets from the defensive side, they will make it count, and the attackers will have to do the same here. But it's easier said than done, because let's be honest, I was expecting a run out, and actually never mind, it's not gonna be Dagger who will be going for a run out. Instead, he's actually preparing the utility so that he can have the safety when it comes to those runouts. But these are just indications that how aggressive the side of Uwu is gonna be playing. This is not bad by any means. The side of Copium, you'll have to predict it, especially that thrown grenade, or should I say the razor boom. That's gonna be a problem for them.
Now, knowing that Copium has to deal with the 4v5 situation, Uvu, on the other hand, can, just take this passively. And Dagger, who loves to go aggressive in most of the times, he actually misses one, and Shinra actually gets 2 on the other hand. What just happened from Dagger's end? He just saw one of the players just pushing towards the barrel side, and somehow there was no response. Now you see Copium, who has control of the situation. Woo decides to fortify themselves back in towards the site itself. Two players from Boiler and Kato be the one holding towards the blue bunker side. And that two opening picks from Shinra might give the chance for Team Copium to win this round.
It just might be enough, but then again, this is something we cannot gamble on. Ooh, they do have a manpower disadvantage, but Shinra's pretty low on HP. And now there is the control on the tunnel side has been established once again, and now the attackers are not going to be allowed because of crossfires. And now, from the current standpoint, the best way the attackers can push from is going to be the tower stairs, or maybe from the freezer as well, because I do not see any congestion there. But then again, the factor here is that side of Uwo, they're not allowing too much map control to the attackers. They are not going for those much of a roam plays, but these holes are looking very strong, and they have these choke angles. The attackers, that was a good stuff from the side of Shinra, but are they going to make the same mistake? That is going to be $1 billion question. But, oh no! That is exactly what I was thinking about happening, but I expected the Oryx to get away with that because he was going for the dash, but unfortunately that's not going to be quick enough. The Ace will find the kill, and now it's all going to rely on the side of DZ and Dagger. Two very experienced players, and now looks like they're panicking a bit because I do see a couple of Free Fires coming, revealing their own location, and now the locations have been revealed. Both of the defenders, their location is known by attackers. Now the attackers, they can slowly but surely take absolute control, and they can go for the plant as well. But now, from the looks of it, they're actually going for the frags. They're not going for the they're not going for the execute either. But the quotation cutoff has also been established. Ace is taking his time, but he has to get the kills as well. No, he's not gonna see him. Cato's gonna find one. There's gonna defuse the drop on the floor, and now with 35 seconds left on the clock, the defenders they have a pretty decent control. But what is the Maverick doing there? Never mind. He was trying to defer the diffuser, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be beneficial. The grenades are gonna be popping out. It's not gonna be very, very useful for the time being. 25 seconds left on the clock. The prefire is gonna be good, but it's not gonna connect. It's all up to DZ. But with somewhat good HP and with a good gun as well, he might be able to pull this off. A nice shot coming inside of TZ Chemkin. Now he has to go for the rotation. If he finds Shinra, that is going to be detrimental for the side of Avidwi. A lot of factors actually going to be relying on Avidwi here because he has decent HP to work with. But still, he's being patient, he's being calm. He is taking all the situation into the equation, going for the peaks, going for the information. Doesn't quite see it. And I think Avidwi will be playing a passive, but he is going to make some sound. He's going to give it away his location. The Gambler has spotted out. Uno knows exactly where he is. But unfortunately, the gun's not going to be benefiting him. Avidwi is going to connect his shot with the ARX. And he's going to make it out alive. Finally, well, it was a very quick equalization on the side of Copium. Even though it was a 4v5. Thanks to Shinra specifically for opening things up for his team. And that's how they're going to be able to take a 1-1. But how long can they hold it? Because, they are still looking aggressive. But maybe, just maybe, they're going to be going for the strategic plays because I see a presence from Mira being brought.
Yep, round number 2 was more of like in favor for Team Copium, especially when Shinra got his initial 2 picks. An unexpected response from Dagger as he was just standing there menacingly, hoping he'd find one. Although he did see one of them just, going on the other side. He did not expect that G5 to be made from basement. And now, on round number 3, with the presence of Mira being brought around from Team Ragnarok, from the side of Team Uwu, Ragnarok will at least have some good anchored hold from that place. How will you defend meeting room, knowing that there is one hatch that the defenders will at least have one roamer, maybe Dresh or DZ, to hold out towards the meeting site to ensure that the attackers wouldn't gain control on electrical room as fast as possible. But Dresh, on the other hand, decides to go for a spawn peek. Actually, no, a run out spawn right into his construction. But what's unfavorable is that Team Copium has spawned in on the other side, and that is towards the stream spawn. So construction not going to work. That is definitely not working out from Drish's end, and that aggressiveness will be put to a halt because Copium decides to go on a different approach, and that is all the way towards the stairs. And I'm pretty sure that they want to get control on Freezer too, because you can at least have those multiple angles where Uwu needs to be careful on those two, particular places, Freezer and main stairs, big tower stairs. And knowing that they're already at a major disadvantage, all they've got to do is win a lot of attack rounds. And Shinra, on the other hand,
nice
Jesus, a great headshot to take out DZ, but his job's not done yet. He still needs to find 4 more. And the way how Shinra has been winning most of his initial picks, you could say that Team Copium is looking very confident on attack.
Absolutely, they're looking confident, but now they're also having some good map control as well as they're going for their own breaches onto the hatches. And once these hatches come down, the defenders will have to take a lot of covers. And I believe the attackers are simply relying on that. And getting rid of the hatch in the side of electric, that's also going to be allowing them to remove the Mira from the position. And that is going to allow them to go for an execution onto that tunnel side. But Dagger, he's playing it aggressively, he's playing it dangerously. And now for the kills, he's looking for the head, but he's gonna see the head as well. That's gonna be the nomad of the board. Wonderful shot, Dagger. That is gonna be the flanks of the board. But then again, I believe there is gonna be a couple of flank drones from the side of Copium, which will be available from the side of Avidwi. But regardless, the man disadvantage is gonna be once again in the hands of Copium. We do see Rish on the row, and he's looking for the people who are going for the hatches. He's clearing out every possible angle, and from the looks of it, the attacker's not quite aware of it. The C4 is gonna be deployed, and he's gonna be going for a long line of sight. He's looking for the heads, and he will find just that. That is gonna be the Habana of that is gonna be the Maverick of the board. The damage has been done, and now the attackers have a lot of pressure to go for. I do not quite know if the hatch is opened up. Yeah, it is opened up, but as the Mozzie is on the roam, they simply can't go for the drop because they're simply allowing the Mozzie to go for a flank on them. And now, best bet they can go for is gonna be the backstairs, but still, it is gonna be a very huge challenge to say the very least because there's gonna be a lot of eyes looking at the general direction. The Mozzie has went for the rotation because he knows exactly that he has made the damage happen. But the attackers, he'll have to go for and execute the drop. The grenades are coming in. He's gonna go for the drop. He's going for the kill, and he will find just that. Kato's gonna be off the board looking for more. He's gonna significantly tag. Actually, no, he's gonna get tagged significantly. It's auto KW now. He has good HP, but he has to win the gunfight, so he's gonna tag up Rich significantly. But then again, it's actually the Kate who's gonna put a lot of pressure, and that's just like that. It's gonna be Dagger who's gonna be putting Kate out of the business. Wonderful execution of the attackers, but then again, just simply better when it came to the gunfire advantage from the defenders and the manpower advantage as well. And that's how they just faltered. 1-2's on the scorecard, but still Copium. Wonderfully done. Can be better. If they, it would have been a bit more, easier for them if they had a fifth. But what can we do, Baba?
Yep, what can they do? Copium, although they've made their utmost goal of getting control on meeting, they even did succeeded in removing the hatch. Even though there was a presence of an electroclaw, they still removed it. But when it comes to those roams that we've seen from Drish and DZ's end, not being able to handle out the situation on second floor while they're just free around roaming on both of the stairs, which is in fact not claymored, nor any piece of equipment that is more likely be resisted towards the flanks. Uvu, on the other hand, are free to roam around wherever and whenever they like to. And Cheesy Chimkins, although he will have 2 claymores, he'll mainly be placing it from the Windows side to ensure that none of those runouts would happen from their end. And technically, it is
10 seconds
working
left.
out well on some certain situations. But when it comes to Uvu, if they want to go aggressive, they'd usually go once, and then they just fall back into the side.
Attackers' objective
Now,
is to locate
Copium,
a bomb and defuse
for
it.
both round number 2 and 3, they did take a lot of time to understand and execute the situation, in which it did work out well on round number 2. But round number 3, on the other hand, they took way too much time on getting control on meeting itself because they didn't have control on the flank side itself. And now, as we talk about the action phase itself, round number 4, as Copium starts to use that drone works to give vital information on teams' whereabouts. And you can see how patiently that Copium is trying to find an opening. And taking a lot of time might give Uvu the necessary, the necessary chance of them winning. Kato, he really needs to be careful on that prone peak. So, making a push like that is definitely not a good idea. But on the other hand, we see KW with exothermic charge, which will be placed on second floor kids wall. And here comes the first frag. Drish, all the way from Armory stairs, gets to take out a Wedway. Now he just needs to figure out a way to take out Shindra. Aggressive peek, and he just falls down from the hatch safely. But he's still not done yet. He needs to get out. And the amount of multiple angles that he's been cornered around, there is high likely a chance that he could win this gunfight. But in the end, at least on the bright side, Copium will win one. Wait a minute, DZ. He comes back at the right time. Reduces Copium's man count to 2. And now, Uvu, they'll just, they'll just play this safely. They'll just wait for Team Copium to make their push because they understand how Cheesy Chimkins and KEW operates. But let's not forget about Dagger though. He will ensure that kill, and now it's KEW who needs to figure out a way to push in towards the side. His location has been compromised, still has 3 flashbangs. He could use it to at least disable one lines of sight, but he doesn't have any information on players' whereabouts. So we all know what's going to happen here, folks. It will be Team Uvu who will win round number 5. Actually, round number 4 nonetheless. Ending the round on a 3-1 scoreline clearly shows that Uvu has things under control on defense, but would it be the same on attack?
It kind of feels like that they will have it under control because of the manpower advantage. And when it comes to gunfire engagements in general, it feels like Uwu is feeling much more confidence than the side of Copium. I would compliment the side of Shinra in general because he is being a wonderful opener, but it kind of feels like whenever they're failing to open things up from the side of Shinra or any players from the side of Copium, they're simply falling short because it is in a better way. It's like they're really struggling with their current composition. I understand the Psycho, if she was there, it would have been a much more flexible role for the side of KEW because she is the main hard support for the side of Copium. KEW, yeah, he obviously is a flex player, but then again, having your own flexibility taken off out of the board, that is really, really challenging. And from the side of Copium, it feels like that they're just struggling from that. Ooh, they have the full composition. So I know I've been saying this multiple times, but if this keeps going on, Uwu will simply be able to take a solid lead, if not the map itself. Maybe on the second map, or maybe within the game while the game is running, we might be seeing the side of Copium getting back in action because even with 4 players, a lot of damage can be possible. When it comes to map control in general, Copium are really struggling. We will be seeing an OSA in play, so I believe this is going to be a meeting planned most likely because I believe back in the day, especially from the side of Avidvi, there have been occasions that he simply went for a meeting take and then went for a plan while after shattering the shield. That is also a strategy, but how far you can go with this? Because so far, map control was a huge problem. Let's not talk about the refrag games because it was difficult to say the very least, so that is not something we can talk about. Because, ooh, they're just playing congestedly, they're just playing closely, and not allowing any of the attackers to have their flexibility. That is also a strategy because you're simply demotivating your opposition. But finally, some progress has been made. We will be seeing the side of Cheesy Chimkin and Shinra. Actually, not Shinra, that is going to be KEW taking some good map control, but they will have to go for the breaches as well. They are going for kitchen takes, so they might be able to get away with it because 99% of the time that defenders do not focus on this objective unless the hatch is open. I believe the hatch is going to be opened up, but now the drone works not going to be there. For some reason, the attackers are simply going for bodies instead. Well, at least they're going to be able to open the wall up, then they're going to be able to go for a plant as well. And oh, looks like that hatch is actually reinforced, so that is going to be a good amount of opportunity for the defenders, attackers. Vertical holes are going to be there. Avidu is going to be challenging just that, but will not find any damage whatsoever. But now, I think it's high time that they go for the second floor and take some map control because vertical holes are going to be there.
Yeah, despite Copium making their slowest approach from kitchen side, they're still met with Dresh, especially with that vertical line of sight. Wall's already been opened, but still Copium has no idea on how to deal with this. A cooked nade would come in from Shinra, see if he could remove the Dresh out. Smoke to block lines of sight, but Dagger is still present. But Osa's presence with the bulletproof shield might be a lot of problem. Never mind, Dagger is still here. He removes Shinra out, but that's not going to happen. We will immediately come back with a refrag. 3v4, Uwu still has control when it comes to man count and also the time required because for Copium, time's running out for them. They only have a minute left and they've got to figure out a way to have an entrance towards the kitchen side. It's just a one-way push and now they're just trying to make it even more difficult for Team Uwu. They've opened up the armor panel which connects towards the server side. And DZ is prepped ready with his shotgun. His main difficult should be Ragnarok, where he will lose that gunfight towards Cheesy Chimkins. And now, they have control on second floor. All they've got to do is just go in for the plant. DZ is still watching his back. Drish needs to be careful for the flashbangs. He sees the leg. He knows that the push is coming in from the Nomad's side. But that flashbang does not have any effect whatsoever. But he doesn't have the information nonetheless. 3v2 and somehow Cheesy Chimkins finds out an opening. C4 is still present. That C4 won't be able to get a single kill, but that SMG-11 does. Putting themselves on a 1v2, the air jabs will immediately catch one and also give the kill for Team KEW. Copium, despite having a major disadvantage on their man count, they somehow wins Round number 5, which means the game's not over yet, just folks. Even if it is a 4v5, Team Copium are bringing this back up. And in round number 6, there's high likely a chance that it could be equalized on basement laundry and supply room.
Most likely it will be because the retaliation that hackers just did, it was wonderful to say the very least. And I was expecting somebody to be on the side of kitchen, at least on the side of the defenders, even though there was a couple of vertical holes. But when the moment I saw the
Attackers
hatch
need to
was
locate
reinforced, I
and
was
defuse
like,
as
okay,
many
that is an interesting strategy because you are putting somebody on the second floor, you have the vertical holes, but why would you let the hatch be reinforced? Because yeah, you can have a plan that okay, the players are gonna be coming here and they're gonna be going for breaches and maybe they're gonna burn some of the utilities, but that's also a bottleneck for yourself because there is a reason people usually open up a hole. In case we have any new viewers, ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason we usually go for rotations between the objectives so that we have multiple options when it comes to retaking the map, because we never know if the attackers are simply gonna take absolute from the map and they're gonna go for the plant.
10 seconds
So
left.
maybe that was a communication gap from the side of Uwu, because I'm pretty sure if that hatch was open, it would have been pretty much easy for it would have been easier for the side of the attack defenders. But anyways, we're going back to the basement once again. And last time they were feeling very strong here. And then are they gonna be the same this time around? I believe they will be. But this is exactly where the side of the attacker they might also shine here, because Shinra was able to get 2 kills initially. But then again, last time it was the side of, I believe it was Dagger, who was not quite paying attention, or maybe he was paying attention. It was just a matter of tunnel vision that 2 players were crossed, and that's just like that. Shinra got the opening. But regardless, Copium starting things off by getting some control on the tower side, but there is an alibi on the second floor. That is gonna be a problem. They didn't quite drone him out, and there is a possibility that somebody will be going for a third floor control as well. Even though that is a very unusual place to be in. Maybe they did fall back just in time, and now the attackers, they're taking map control. They'll have to go for the breach, and this is exactly what the Hibana needs to stay alive. And the main problem they will be having here is the player inside of the kitchen area. And from the looks of it, they're actually not going to be moving away from this by anytime soon. I do see Ragnarok opening him some holes so that he can have some retaliation when it comes to a tower push. And he's actually expecting that. Well, he's not wrong, to be very honest. The players are taking their time. The attackers also taking their time, but they have to act quickly as well. The hatches are going to be coming down any second now. Hopefully they do not have a case, so they don't have to deal with it. The Maverick can definitely go for the hatch, but then again, going for the hatch reach for himself is going to be a very, very detrimental decision, because last time we did see the Nomad going down from the same angle. So going for Habana, it's going to be a much more of an easier approach, because Habana is designed for hatches at the moment, because she can obviously choose the amount of pellets she's going to be using. And Ragnarok, understanding the situation, is going to be able to, he's going to open up the mirror window because he knows that it's going to give a lot of advantage for the attackers. So Rish will be able to open things up by taking out Cheesy Chimkin. But it is a 3v5 situation as Cat is super low on HP.
Yeah, there is still meeting presence being
never
shown, but Dagger, on the other hand, just decides that no matter how many times you get meeting control, the man count just dwindles down. Every single time Uwu gets a kill. Good shot though from Shinra. We'll get one, the second downed from DZ. Cooked nade. This should at least connect a shot, take out Alibi. Actually does not. He will stay alive nonetheless. So you still need to know that there is still 2 players holding in from the side, and with the gunshots being relayed, Shinra needs to be careful. But there is still a chance for it to happen. Drop down, but we all know that it's just a trap waiting for it to happen. And Uwu will end things out in the first half, ending things off on a 4-2 scoreline. And in the second half, we will see Team Uwu be the ones on attack and Copium to be on defense. So I'm pretty sure when it comes to a 4v5 situation, I've got to ask a question to Shinra. Would you go for a spawn peak? Because whenever I see Shinra being played, like when Shinra used to play on Kira Esports, in fact, he still plays for Kira Esports. I mean, in the Community Cup, he's just playing on a different team. He loves playing aggro. He'd usually go in for unusual spawn peaks in which he'd usually do on the defensive hold, and when it comes to attack, he
Attackers need to
denies
locate
spawn
and defuse
peak.
as
That's
many
how great
bombs as they
Shinra
can.
is when it comes to being an expertise in spawn peaks and runouts. So the main question that I have to ask is whether or not if Shinra would go aggressive. I mean, going aggressive would actually at least help them in winning most of their certain rounds, because they sure as hell do need it. Because at a 5v4 disadvantage, things will not look too good from their end. So yeah, we just have to wait and watch and see what Uwu has to reply back.
I even personally, I'm a big fan of Shinra's aggressive plays because he is a player who does go aggressive, but he knows exactly what he's doing, and he has the brains as well. So
Attackers
he
objective
does
is to
bring a lot of
locate a bomb.
utilities, a lot of momentum to the team, but he's simply falling short of the manpower disadvantage. And this is exactly where a lot of teams have hard times because there are some specific roles that some specific players like to play with. For example, let's say Shinra, that if he was a player who was playing support, he would have done just fine. I'm pretty sure about it, but he wouldn't feel flexible, and at the same time, maybe we wouldn't see the Shinra we know today. And this is exactly where KickDev is actually, well, he was struggling because playing the Thermite, he was doing just fine, but to be very honest, he was not expecting him to do that because he was out fragging a lot of players last time around. So maybe he's just having a hard day. But for now, who else is having a hard day? That is going to be Avidvi and TZ Chimkin. As within a couple of seconds in the round, they're going to be taken out. Ragnar's going to spot out a player. There's going to be a C4 being delivered, and there you go. The delivery is going to be successful. We're going to be seeing DZ rendezvousing just in time with Ragnarok.
Got my trump card ready.
But I do not think that if the mute knows that it is a down. There's no way the Amaru can come out though because of the ledge onto that reinforcement. The utility is going to be thrown out, the drone is going to be thrown in, and DZ is going to be getting some confirmation that okay, there is somebody to be seen. Now he's going to try to go for resurrection. That it is a very risky decision, but he's going to make it happen because there is the cover to go for. Kekdev is going for just that. He's trying to bait it out, but he's not going to make any progress here whatsoever. Ragnar is going to be back on his own feet, and now DZ is going to take some damage. It's going to be Shinra who's going to try to connect some shots, but no, he's not going to find any sucker in front of the LMGE, followed up by Drish's FMG. Unfortunate turnovers for the defenders because they simply couldn't hold on to the refrag game. They were able to make some damage, but it was not quite enough. Uwu are they're simply solidifying their own lead here. 5-2 on the scorecard. It looks like Uwu, they're only going for the frags, and they're simply not taking any of the strategies of the side of Copium in their equation because of the Amaru presence along with the knock as well, which makes sense to me because there is a lot clustering happening on the side of Copium. But then again, it is what it is. We cannot simply complain about it. It is heartbreaking it is really heartbreaking for me to say the very least, Baba. But there's no other way around from this. Copium, they will be changing the objective, they're going for the basement defense. But it is still going to be a huge challenge for them to hold on to this objective in check.
Yep, it absolutely is, especially on a 4v5 disadvantage like that. And hopefully I don't have any issues coming in from my end because on round number 7, I just realized that I had a bit of connectivity issues, so I think I have everything up and running. Yeah, there's no issues. Yeah,
10
all right,
seconds
cool.
remaining.
Talk about round number 8.
Located a bomb.
I couldn't get to see the entire round on what exactly happened, but in the end, it will be Team Uwu who gets the upper hand on the lead, 5-2, and they are 2 rounds away of securing map number 1, Oregon. And for Team Copium, being at a major disadvantage like this, they are still giving a good fight here. Presto, 2 wins in the first half clearly says that Copium still has what it takes to succeed in their rounds, even with the disadvantage. The main problem is that since Ubu are on attack, and the way how good the information that they're getting right now from the holograms and also from the attack drones, it's very difficult for Copium to come back at a situation like this. You even have some specific roam hold from the Melusi. Impact nades, which is used to make good rotates. Cooked nade, not cooked enough. Not more than cooked enough for Avidwi to get the kill nonetheless, but Drish will get the kill Drish will get the kill. Even though the cooked nade was meant to, force for a refrag, but nonetheless, things are working out for Team Uwu as they're starting to remove players one by one. But you forgot about Shindra, the unexposed Storm, which looks so powerful from his end. But you got to focus on the side too. Side's been compromised, and Shindra is just doing his best share of efforts to hold down his ground. In towards Freezer, cooked nade from the Iana. Not working out, but Drish is already deep within the site. No information on players' whereabouts, and Drish might be able to find one. There goes Shindra, and now DZ will also get the final frag, taking out KW. So we all know what it means, folks. It is match point in round number 9.
Pretty unfortunate for the defenders to say the very least here, Baba, because they were holding on to the objective very strongly, and their roam work was also pretty strong. Because last time I believe it was the Mozzie who went for the same roam as the Melusi, but he simply couldn't. He did find success with the C4, but in general, the refrag game of the attacking side, even though refrag was not simply the case here, because the only frag which happened, it was refrag instantly, but it is feeling like the attacker they're simply having too much flexibility of the map control, and
Attackers need to locate
it
and
is
defuse
to be
the
understood. It is to be understandable because there's a lot of factors as a defensive side. You can burn the time as a defender, but if the attackers are being so aggressive, there's simply not much you can do to retaliate, and this is exactly where the defenders are struggling from. Seeks to win the scorecard. Now there's a lot of pressure on the defensive side. TZ Chimkin, he is going for a Wamai, but then again there is a huge factor that so far very few, if not none, grenades have been denied. And as a defender, the best they can possibly do is go for frags, or maybe they could have gone for a trap operator as well, but from the current standpoint, feels like that they're just feeling short. They might be able to do something on the second map, which is gonna be on the map of Chalet, but the problem here is Chalet is picked by the side of Uwu, and well, in general, Oregon is a map we all know how to play. There are some textbook plays which cannot go wrong, and it's basically gonna dwindle around the fact that who plays it better, and from the looks of it, it's all Uwu because of frag games. Copium, I must compliment them, but it's just not feeling very comfortable because of that one-man disadvantage. And once again, it's gonna be a very quick execution onto the tower side. No contests whatsoever because there is no way that defenders can possibly contest it, because if they do that, they're simply gonna be accepting their death, because the only way they can rotate back is from the tower itself. So that's definitely there, but the attackers solid progress as well.
Yep. I mean, looking on the bright side, you could say that a Whitby taking off Ragnarok would at least help them ease out the aggressiveness a bit. But when it comes to the secondary hard breaches, it shouldn't be much of a problem for them to gain access towards the attic side. And Dagger, it's just doing what he does best when it comes to an aggressive peek, and Kato finally finds a Whitby who was just currently roaming around. Good peek from Cheesy Chimkins. The SMG really did work its mark. You could say that removing both players out would give some hopes and dreams for Team Copium to survive this. Dagger, who had a total of 11 kills, and the LMG, who had been taken care of. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. Shinra, definitely not looking too good, especially from that wall bang from DZ's end. And KekW, Cheesy Chimkins, both of the players on the side of Team Copium needs to hold their ground on the site, which in fact they're more likely to be cooked from below, and that's exactly what this is trying to do. Will that cook grenade connect? No, he does not. It won't be able to find a kill or two, but at least some certain barbed wires would be destroyed, and Drish will be giving good amount of information from that holograms. C4 not working out. Uwu has all the time that they need, and even with the default cams giving good information on players' whereabouts, they're currently cornered. Arriving from both the stairs, they have no other choice but to fight without the use of any explosive utilities. They have to rely on their weapons, and weapons it is for Cheesy Chimkins. That's one. The second from KekW. This might be the chance for Team Copium to bring this back, and they will. KekW holding his ground right in towards that foosball spot will give Copium the win that they need in this round as well. They're not out of the game just yet, and in round number 10, by succeeding second floor kids dorms, all they've got to do is just survive basement laundry and supply room. And even if they did, the main question has to be, how would they defend on first floor kitchen and dining, because it is the site favorable for the attackers.
Absolutely, but for the time being, they're going for a basement defense. And last time we did see the side of who were really obliterating their opposition. But from the looks of it, Copium is now understanding that if they're holding the crossfire angles, they'll have a brighter opportunity to go for their own rounds. And this is exactly what happened in the last round, because the attackers, they're simply forced to take control from the white stair area, and there was a wonderful crossfire angle, which was not expected by the attackers. So playing it unpredictably might just real the side of Copium, but still, it is a three-round gap here. So going for a comeback is really going to be challenging, if not impossible. I'm not going to say it's impossible by any means, because the progress has been made, the footings have been found. But ooh, this might just be just a scratch to their momentum. because they're simply going for the fragging operators. They're simply taking no prisoners. Even the Dokebi, I'm pretty sure the only reason
10
it has been
seconds
brought
left
out is
before
because
insertion.
of the distraction of the roamers. Possibly if there is gonna be roamers, which will be the
5
case,
seconds
Abidwi
to
and
insertion.
the Alibi is gonna do just that. But going too
Attackers are
aggressive is
heading out
also
to
not
defuse
gonna
a
be
bomb.
very, very respectable. Abidwi going for that, possibly a run out from the classroom side. Yes, he's gonna do just that, looking for something, but he's simply gonna get exposed in the process. Nobody is gonna be spawning there, so that is some information that attackers can rely on, but it's simply gonna be a past tense any second now, which is already. And Dagger
Countering that
taking some
intel.
solid control onto the bathroom side. He might meet the Oryx any second now, and the Oryx has made the noise, and he's also gonna pop his head in the crosshair of Dagger, and that is a very important character. That is your roamer of the board. I'm pretty sure the Alibi is still on the roam, but still, it's gonna be a huge pressure on the side of Shinra in general, because now he's also being contested by the Ragnarok, followed up by the remainder, and now they're going for their own information. Dagger will take absolute control of the freezer side, and now it's kind of feeling like that unless Shinra does something out of the hat, it's gonna be near impossible. But in order to make it much more harder, it's gonna be Alibi who's gonna be tagged up. He's gonna be hunted down by the Jackal Pings. And now he's gonna fall back to the objective, and this is exactly where the attackers are gonna be taking two specific objectives, and then they might just go for their own execution, as the hedge is also coming down slowly but surely.
Yeah, as you can see, Copium is
Okay.
starting to lose a lot of players here. And even with the meeting hatch being opened up, they've already got control on the side itself. DZ is already trying to search where Cheesy Chimkin is. He's still trying to contest that basement laundry stairs, but not for long. Uwu will ensure the round to be in their hands and claim map number 1 Oregon to be their site. And now, on a 7-3 score line, map number 2, this map is more likely favorable for Team Uwu, but since we already had that conversation between Crouch Potatoes and Waterboyz, it was almost this. I actually almost said the same thing where Waterboyz could win map number 2, but it kind of ended up being more favorable for the defensive side. So who knows? Maybe Copium could win a lot of defensive rounds in the first half, and then Uwu would just have a lot of problems from their own end. But it always depends on how it works out well, accordingly. So all in all, map number 1 goes to favor for Team Uwu. 7-3 will be the scoreline, favoring for them on map Oregon, which means they'll be the one on map Point. Copium, on the other hand, will not be looking too good because they just lost map 1, and if they lose map number 2, they'll be going all the way down to the lower brackets where they have to go up against Team Noah Kyla Warriors. So, all in all, I'm pretty sure that Copium, unless and until Psycho comes back on map number 2, this is pretty sure an Uwu match.
It just might be because the way they have been playing the game itself, it looks like that they're feeling super strong. Because even personally, the last round, I saw the Doku simply walking inside the objective. I believe he came from the freezer side, and there were no absolute contestation. But the moment I saw the DMR popping out on the kill feed, I was like, okay, where did he come in from? And he is simply popping heads just like that. And it is just an indication of how experienced the side of Uwu is. I'm not saying Copium had a hard time. It's just an unlucky day for them because they have a man disadvantage. They are not having the best of their coordination. Their opposition is a very strong team, and this is exactly where they got shattered. And now, with a map down, which was their own map, this can be very challenging for them to go for. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading into the highlights. What exactly happened in the game? Well, you can pretty much see that the side of Uwu, they simply dominated every single gunfight because they simply didn't allow too many contestants going in favor of the attackers. Because when it came to taking control of the map, going in for the entries of the buildings, or let's say going to the plant as well, they didn't show any mercy whatsoever. It is just an indication how dominant the side of Uwu can be. Copium, they were also having some good rounds as well because they did win a couple of rounds, especially the second round, where we did see the side of Shinra opening up two kills for himself. DZ and the remainder simply couldn't find their footing. So Copium just put up a show that even with the disadvantage, they were able to do some solid damage. Well, it was not quite enough, Baba, but still, it's not like they didn't do anything. It was not a flawless defeat for them. And I'm pretty sure from that standpoint, they can be really happy that they were able to put up a good fight. And maybe on the second map, on their opposition's map, they might be able to take their own revenge. And I'm pretty sure they're seeking just that.
Although you've got to admire that Copium were giving a good fight, still got to know the facts that they're already down one player, right? So in a 4v5 situation, no matter how many times you try to come back, having that major disadvantage is going to put Copium on a very difficult situation. And hopefully, on map number 2, we might see Psycho being brought back on Copium to ensure that we would have a 5v5, equalized gunfight. And if it does, and if that does, then I'm pretty sure that Copium would at least have a fighting chance on map Chalet. But just like you know, just like Cresto said, when it comes to engaging gunfights, Team Uwu, they surely love taking their sweet time. They rarely go for spawn peaks. They just wait for the perfect moment to get information first and then go for picks. And thirdly, once they have advantage, they just usually fall back to the site and hold their ground as best as possible. And taking a look at the match summary itself, Shinra on the top of the leaderboards for Team Copium, 7 kills, 9 deaths, 60% cost, and 2 initial frags. And Duck on the side of Team Uwu, a smiley face on the gate. Dagger, a total of 12 kills with 80% cost. Meanwhile, Drish with 90%, with both of them having third initial kills. So with map number 1 done, with the second matchup of the upper brackets for the Esports Club Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by, of course, Zotac Gaming, and also our broadcast partner, Loco. Map number 1 is done, which means that map number 2 will be the deciding factor to see whether if Team Uwu put themselves on the spot to the upper brackets, or do we see Copium come back on map number 3, and that map will be border nonetheless. So interesting one, but in order for that to happen, we have to see Team Copium fling back on map number 2 itself. But for now, we're just going to take a short little break, and we'll be right back after this.
I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, 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 red. I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, 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 I could, I could, I could, I could, I could.
I could run through the fire.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zota Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. We are back with our second map of our second upper bracket matchup between Team Copium and Uvu. Team Uvu has succeeded map number 1, map Oregon, on a 7-3 scoreline. And now they're here to do the same thing back again on map number 2, Chalet. Will it happen, or will we see Copium bring back and win this so that we can see map deciders? We just have to wait for it to, let that happen. Cresto, talk about map number 1. It was 7-3. What would be your expectations on map number 2?
I have a lot of expectations from the side of Copium this time around because I believe they are going to be able to bring the entirety of the teammates this time around because last time there was a huge bottleneck from their side. So if that bottleneck is not in the equation, I think from the side of Copium they can put up a good fight against the side of Uwu, even though this is the side of Uwu. This is the map which is selected by Uwu. And Chalet in general, it is a bit more of a situational map. You have to play it a bit more theoretically. You have to have a bit more of a better team composition. So if that is going to be available, I think there is a possibility that we might be seeing the side of border being in action. But then again, as I said on the first map, from the side of Uwu, they are a very experienced team. On the very first map, they just played with frags. And in case the side of Copium has the entirety of their pool, maybe we're going to be seeing the strategical play from the side of Uwu as well. And it is still gonna be remaining $1 billion question that if they are gonna be able to find anything out of the hats here, we have to make sure we have to note that Copium they did have initial good frags from the side of Shinra in general, but this is something they'll have to hold and reinforce on map number 2 because if they cannot, it's pretty much gonna be done and dusted from their side. And there's a lot of pressure from the side of Copium, but from the looks of it, they'll have to carry on 4v5. They're just really heartbreaking to say the very least, Ababa, because now we have the confirmation this is gonna be pretty much a 4v5, and ooh, they might just go all out loud once again. They will we do have a confirmation from the side of Uwu that how do I put it? They will be having these strategical plays. They will have the strategies, but who knows? They might all even go for those Amaru and Oryx plays once again. And if they do, yeah, it's gonna be disappointing to say the very least. But Copium, this is the last stand.
Yeah. Although this is upper brackets, Copium still has hopes for tomorrow, since we will have our lower bracket matchups. If Copium lose this, they would have to go up against Team Noah Kaila Warriors.
No, okay,
So map number 2, Chalet, it will be a 4v5 where Team Uvu, all the players on side of Uvu are ready. We just have to wait for we just have to wait for all the teams to get ready. And once we get the confirmation, we will just head off and proceed to map number 2, Chalet itself. It shouldn't be much of a problem for Team Uvu to succeed map number 2, although the same thing cannot be said for Team Copium because they are currently having some issues from their end. But let's not let them out of this just yet. All right. Map number 1, even though if it was a 4v5 disadvantage, you've seen Copium win 3 rounds. So there's high likely chances that it could also be the same repeat on map Chalet 2, where Copium could win a lot of defensive rounds. So we're not going to waste any time at all, folks. So we'll just head back into the game right away and continue map number 2, Chalet. Copium on defense, Uvu on attack, and in the ban phase, let's see what kind of operators do we not get to see in this map being brought out.
Maybe we're gonna be seeing a Finka being banned out once again from the side of Uwu because let's face it, we have a couple of players who play from the side of Copium and they're really scary when it comes to going to the Finka plays. Thatcher, if the Thatcher is banned, I'm really not gonna be surprised. Well, it is a universal ban at this point, but I really want to know if we're gonna be seeing any unusual bans like the last time because the Azami was taken out. Well, it's not gonna be, it's not quite sure if it's gonna be the case because in this map in general we do have a couple of more elbow plays, but it's not very strong compared to the side of Oregon, especially on the basement defense when it comes to playing the boiler in general. But still, it's not very focused by the defenders because going to the retake are still pretty really difficult in general, in just common regard. But having a nomad being banned from the attacking side, it is from the attacking side, so that is a big question mark from my side because I believe they're going to be opting to go for a lot more Claymore plays. And in the map of Chalet, there's a lot of possibilities to go for runouts. And to be very frank, Uwu was the team who went for a lot of runouts on the very first map. So this is a bit contradictory if you ask me, Baba. But okay, the remainder is going to be pretty much identical. Or should I say understandable. Mira and Velka is going to be taken out. But maybe we'll be seeing a Gridlock in play as well, because Gridlock has seen some love very recently now that she has 4 track stingers. But along with that, the Claymores have been also buffed, that every single age operator who wields that Claymore is gonna be having 2 of them. So a lot of possibilities for either of these teams, but the pressure is still gonna remain on the side of Copium. So the attackers this time around, they are having a Finca on the board, so aggression might just be present, but the
Defenders, protect your
presence
bombs from being
in
defused by attackers.
general, it's a huge question where it's gonna come from, and if the side of Copium can handle it.
Yeah, for Copium, they have a lot of tasks that will be difficult for them in order for them to win a lot of rounds on defense. But for Uwu, although it is a 4v5, they should not underestimate the opposition team, because players like Shinra, Cheesy Shimkins, Widby, and KekW, these are well-known players
10 seconds left
in
before
the
insertion.
well-known teams in the South APAC region.
5
So
seconds to
I'm pretty
insert.
sure that Uwu will be careful, rest assured.
Attackers'
So
objective
let's
is
see
to
whether if
locate a
Copium
bomb
can
and
hold their
defuse it.
ground on their first defensive hold on second floor master bedroom / office. Uwu, on the other hand, will bring in the Finca nonetheless. I mean, when it comes to Finca, she's been picked on every single map, mainly because of her usefulness in her kit, the grenades, and also the Gone 6, which could help them, force one of the defenders out of their comfort zone. And when I say comfort zone, I definitely say Cheesy Chimkins, who's currently holding around from the mezzanine hallway stairs. So he's got to be careful, and he's got to ensure that the amount of times that he could be able to waste for the attackers should be of good use. But if not, then he'll be forced to fall back either ways. So early round, you see Team Uwu just usually, getting some information, opening up important hatches, and also opening up lines of sight. Ragnarok, on the other hand, wants to take the initiative, doesn't have any information on Abidwi, but if he does, he might be able to get a kill or 2, but it will be Ragnarok nonetheless who will win that gunfight. And now, he is slowly inching towards the side, hoping to find another target in his crossfire.
Absolutely, and I love the way the side of Uwu are playing, because they're absolutely not wasting any time whatsoever. They're just going for this execution, and we do see the aggression from the side of defenders as well, but they're simply being punished every single time. And now in a 2v5 situation, there's a lot of pressure from the side of Shinra and Cheesy Chimkin. They do have the good guns, but it's gonna be pretty much difficult to say the least. It's all up to Cheesy Chimkin in a 1v5 situation. He does have the Jaeger 416C, but how much can he make it out of it? He will deal some damage, but will not survive, and that is gonna be a flawless sound to add up to the rounds of the side of the attackers. And it just pictures the fact that how strong the side of Uwu are. Even, yeah, they do. We can say that the side of Copium, they are having a disadvantage, but still, they are not having any issues whatsoever from the side of Uwu. They're just going for the execution, not burning any time, going for the map control, going for the refrag game as well, even though no frags did come out. So this is gonna remain difficult for the side of Copium. They will be going for some changes onto their rosters. Well, this is actually
need to
not
locate and
surprising,
defuse
because
as
now,
many
considering
bombs
the current situation, they'll have to understand that they need our operators who can play these, disadvantageous situations. Maybe a Thunderbird would have been a bit more beneficial, because let's face it, in case things are not in their favor. So they could have brought the Thunderbird to possibly heal themselves back up, even if they're taking a heavy amount of damage, because Thunderbird can allow the defenders to have those forgiving manners. And this is exactly the thing which is applicable on the side of Finca as well. I mean, Finca, yeah, definitely, she does have the Gone 6, as you mentioned, Baba. She also has the LMG, the 6041, along with the grenades. But at the same time, Ragnarok or Finca, she can boost his teammates. She can revive from a distance. She can increase the HP. Well, it's pretty safe to say that from the current standpoint, Finca really feels overwhelming to fight against. So that makes sense, but the defenders, Thunderbird is not the same, but could have been a replacement, because in these scenarios, you have to make sure that you're not paying too much of your actions, because anything you do against the side of Uwu, they'll make sure that they're punishing you. They're going for the headshots, obviously, but if they're not, you have to make sure that they're gonna be slapping their own foreheads that, okay, why did I not go for that headshot? I could have killed them and so on. He's only 1 HP, now he's full HP. What unfortunate turn of events. Let's not talk about it anymore. We're gonna be coming back to the game, as once again the side that, okay, interesting flashbangs coming from the side of Ragnarok. Actually, not from the Ragnarok, it's gonna be from DZ instead, but still. Okay, I think something's wrong here with the utilities here, Baba, because flashbangs are blinding their own teammates, grenades are missing, and so on. So once again, the speed is there, but looks like the defenders, they're having some luck favor in them.
Yep. Rest assured that although, you know, Cheesy Chimkins was the one surrounding around the mezzanine hallway, suddenly falls back at the right time and decides to hold his ground finally. No, actually, he's not holding his ground. He's currently roaming around the garage side, see whether if he can get a weakness or a loophole towards Uvu's attack coordination. But when it comes to an aggressive peaks like this, and Driss usually providing a lot of pressures in towards the side, clearly got to wonder whether if Copium can handle this out. But Uvu, on the other hand, are mainly focused on the side, which means that Chimkins was currently flanking around, will be taken care of from Dagger nonetheless. Very unfortunate, but it had to be done from Uvu's end. And now we see the attack push. KEKW patiently waiting for the attackers to make their moves as we see the players on the side of Copium start to dwindle out piece by piece. Or should I say one by one? Again, apologies for that. 1v4 as we see KEKW left in a 1v3, make that 1v2, but a lot of disturbance is being made from the side itself. He has some good protection with the deployable shield. Bearing 9 won't be able to get the shot, and now it is on the hunt. And it will be DZ who will win that gunfight nonetheless. Round number 2, favor for Team Uvu, as they'll be able to put themselves in a really good lead. 2 rounds on attack, back-to-back in their hands.
Wonderful execution from the side of Uwu, but Copium, they're really not having the best footing here because they're not able to halter the push of the attackers. They do have the utilities with the Aruni barriers and so on, but still, despite of that, when it comes to the aggression of Uwu, it's too much for them to handle. Maybe a trap meta would have been much more beneficial. I think they heard me as they're going for a frost play. Then again, it kind of feels that the
Attackers need to
attackers,
locate and defuse bombs.
in general, it feels like that this is a dream of the attackers, and the side of Copium, they're just living in it. And this is
Located a bomb.
just giving out the diversity to the side of Uwu. And yeah, the factor of experience is definitely there, but there's a lot of pressure on the side of Copium. And it really breaks my heart when I say it, that Copium, they're a very strong team. They're a wonderful team. I've seen them play in the days, and now this is exactly where a lot of factors fell apart. Just because of one player, just because of lack of, manpower, the guns.
10 seconds remaining.
And now they're simply doubting their own strategies. But then again, this is not something they should be sad about.
seconds to
Because,
insertion.
as I said, they are a very strong team. But it's just an unfortunate day for them. And ooh, this is looking good for them, and I hope they can make sure that this is gonna be in their favor for the remainder of the round. This is only 2 rounds of the board, so the possibilities of equalization are still there for the side of Copium. But the way Kato is playing it, he's simply gonna be yeeting himself in from the window side, and he's simply gonna be going in. Solarium is gonna be under attack control, absolutely. Ridge is gonna be able to cut off the rotation. Some rotations have been made by the Wamai, I believe. It's actually the mute, never mind. He will be able to fall back, but the speed of the attackers, that is so wonderful. Single-handedly forcing KEKW to fall back to the objective. That is some wonderful roam hunt. Even though no casualties has happened whatsoever, but I think the attackers, they understand the situation, and now if they go for the vertical plays, it's going to be very difficult because there's only one player to be taken out here. That is the player behind the shield. That is the Wamai. It's still going to be a challenge for them regardless, but when you think about it, Baba, the push onto the attacking side is looking very strong, to say the very least.
You could say that Copium is currently playing this side very passively, but they're still ensuring that none of those chokeholds would be at the hands of Team Uvu. They have a lot of time to deal with, and for the attackers, all they've got to do is just find all 4 players, in which it will be a difficult task because of Widby will be able to find one. Actually, it's not a Widby, it will be Shindra who gets the opening pick, but suddenly it ends up being a 2v4 situation. You could say that things are not looking too good in their favor.
It definitely is not, and now with these disadvantages, they do not have much choices, but they will have to simply own it, and they will have to turn the turntables around. Shinra's going for a flank here, so that is gonna be bringing them some upper hands if he can catch a couple of players off guard. It's a lot of pressure onto KEKW, but he can see there's nobody who's pushing the objective in general, but there is gonna be a lot of pressure from the objective itself. And the Ragnarok, we're gonna be seeing the side of Shinra getting one under the Finka, but can he find any more because his location is gonna be known? With a 1v situation, he has good HP to work with, but every single soul knows exactly where he is. The rotation has been cut off. The Phantom's gonna be pulling the trigger. He's gonna be able to take some damage, but he's got the Hibana who's gonna take the damage as well. It's all up to Shinra as he doesn't have anywhere to escape, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just like that, the side of Shinra is gonna fall. Another round for the side of the attackers. Really heartbreaking to say the very least with the attackers. Now they're playing it tactically as well. The aggression is present, but you have to give the commandments to their side as well. The gunfires are really favoring the side of Uwu by every possible manner. And we can also see that they're bringing frag Bana as well. Her Type 81 is a wonderful weapon in general. And the remainder, that's exactly a depiction that how Uwu wants to play this game because they know when it
Defenders,
comes
protect your
to
bombs from
this
being
team is
defused by
unstoppable.
attackers.
They're still trying their best to hold on to the Oryx for the T5 with the 1.5x scope. Can they find any value out of this? Because it's definitely really- I know they're also feeling really overwhelmed that they would have been able to put up a decent fight if they had manpower, but how much we can complain about it? It's just a factor of luck. Psycho, yeah, definitely she's being missed here, but ooh, they're simply not giving a damn about it. They're simply going for the execution. They're simply gonna remain like that. And once again, in the absence of a Thunderbird, it would have been beneficial, but I
5
mean,
seconds left before insertion.
Thunderbird does have a spear in her hand, so the fragging capabilities are not gonna be brought into question either. Still, I guess they're opting to go for a bit more of a fragging capabilities. They understand that there are no, there are not too many options. They're going for the 1.5x scope on every possible gun. Maybe that was their priority here.
Yeah, but all in all, we still gotta wonder whether if Team Copium could at least get us a win or two, because the way how Uwu has got things covered when it comes to picks like this, it's very difficult for them to determine whether if it would whether if they could win a round or not. But knowing that they've been constantly being pressured from the library side, you see Team Uwu doing the same push over and over again. There might be some adaptations being made from Copium's side, and that's where Shinra can come into play. Early pick it is, and it's Ragnarok who gets to take the heavy fall, and also the second peak will come at the hands of Team Widby. Look at that, the way how Copium has figured out a way to find the weakness. Suddenly, we see Uwu take control of the situation yet again. Two players left, Shinra and KEKW. Shinra might be able to find a kill or two, in which this will be very important. Headshot to take out DZ, which means you just need to deal with Dagger and Drish. Both of them are just patiently waiting. Diffuser has been dropped, so all Uwu needs to do is just get control on the defuse, but you forget about Drish, who's just currently holding on an angle. He will deny one, but Drish also goes down from Shinra. Might be able to clutch this 1v1. Shinra might be able to bring this match back on track for Team Copium to bring this out on round number 4. The MX4 Storm, which has a huge fire rate. Oh, Dagger. He almost missed that opportunity. But at least on the bright side, he knows exactly where Shinra is. So he could play to this accordingly. But the pings that's been given from the holograms would say otherwise. He'll start to lose a lot of time at that too. A minute left. Dagger. Thinking of using the impact nades to open up the barricades, but decides to use the weaponry instead. Doesn't want to waste that important utility because there's one deployable shield in towards the piano side. And if the alibi chose to use that angle, then things would definitely not be in his favor. But all in all, things will definitely not work out well from Copium's end. Round number 4. Copium will succeed round number 4. Again, I know I said, Copium wasn't looking good, but Shinra, an exceptional player as he is, uses the MX4 Storm, takes out player 1 by 1, and give a round win for Team Copium. A good job, and also a job well done. And hopefully, in the next future rounds, we might be able to see them make incredible plays like this.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to just that, but at the same time, there is a lot of pressure still remaining, which is going to be on the side of Copium. And Shinra, yeah, wonderfully executed, but his teammates will have to support him with that as well, because there is going to be a couple of rounds only he can clutch out. He's also a human being here, no matter how experienced he is. And this is exactly what the side of Uwos are actually shining, because now they are going for frags no matter what, especially with Death. But despite of the factor here, there is a narrative. They're also trying to go for the refrag games, which is still to be found from the side of Copium. I mean, it does make sense because the fact that they are really not the having the flexibility, maybe they're having an adrenaline rush. That okay, guys, we're playing such a
10 seconds left.
we're really experienced in general. We just fall in love with the
5
experience.
seconds to
We have the disadvantages and too many factors to be taken into the equation.
Attackers are moving
It's
to
really
defuse the
hard to
bomb.
keep yourself calm, and this is exactly where the side of Copium is falling short. Uwu, they're just reinforcing that, but how long can they reinforce it? This is one round off the board, so some good progression has been made, but I'm pretty sure Uwu, they're simply gonna go for their own plays here on out, and now on this action phase, I do want to see where the attacker push is going to be coming in. I was expecting somebody to go for the second floor, but instead it's going to be a full-on main door push. This is just an indication how aggressive they're going to be. I believe the Amar has already established her control on the Solarium side, clearing out the roam works, but there's nowhere to be seen here, which is respectful from the side of the attackers, defenders actually, because they know going for any kind of roam plays are going to be very, very punishing for them because they do not have any type of retaliation to go for. We do see a couple of peaks coming from the side of Shinra going for the contestation on the Zofia and the Ace, but no progression has been made. Ragnar is going to take absolute control of the fireplace, and now she's also going to take control of the main stairs. And now, as Shinra wasn't paying attention, he will pay the price for it. And just like that, the attackers have good control of the objective, and now they might be able to go for the plant as well. Ragnar is going to find the second one, looking for the third, and he'll do just that. He's looking for the fourth. It's not going to be an ace for him because there's only 4 players to be found. Avidwi is looking to reveal because he just destroyed the camera, and now the plan is going down. He is on the boost chairs, and I think the Finka knows exactly where he is. The freeze work there is, and there you go. Cat is gonna be taken out, but still, there's gonna be the Finka he's on the hunt. Space are gonna be good. Avidwi is looking for the kill as well, but with so many pressure on him, I do not think he's gonna be able to find any value here whatsoever. Drish is gonna be taken out. That is gonna be some kind of values, but it's actually the Finka he needs to be worried about because the constant heals, the constant booster are going to be coming in. Dizzy is also going to fall. It's a 2v1 situation. He's looking very winnable, but it's going to be almost an ace from the side of Ragnarok with the grenade. Well, this is a 4K, but then again, he took every single player off. And wonderful bounce indeed, as Oryx is also going to bounce off the floor. It is going to be the 6th round of the game. It is a 4-1 scoreline for the time being. And unfortunately, the main star control was given out to the attackers, and this is exactly where the side of the Finka and Uwu shined. Good attempt by the side of Copium, though I must compliment that, and especially from Avidwi. But so much can he do in a 1v5 situation. 3 kills, good stuff, but the remainder, they're gonna do the cleanup duty.
Yep, last round for the first half. And Basement Snowmobile Garage
Attackers need to locate
definitely
and
did not
defuse
work out
bomb.
too much from Copium's end. All they needed was just a simple distraction of a breached wall and let Ragnarok do the rest. The LMG with the Adrenal Surge, which instantly removed Shendra and the rest of the players off of Team Copium. Although there were some signs of a comeback from Avidwi's end, it was entirely shut down by a single cooked nade all the way from the 90s, all the way from the stairs. Just a cooked nade was more than enough to guarantee a kill. Now in round number 6, Team Uwu are ensuring to get another win on attack as best as possible. Ending things out on a 5-1 is
Attackers objective
not
is to
as
locate a
easy
bomb.
as you'd think. Although Copium might have a lot of problems when it comes to man count, they'd still have a chance to bring this back up, especially when you have players like Avidwi and Shinra, because both of them has been doing an exceptional job when it comes to removing players out one by one with his impressive flanks, the early picks, in which Shinra hasn't done any early picks as of now. Actually, he's doing it right now. Takes a bit of damage, actually, from Ragnarok's end. Shinra, on the other hand, will get some useful information, but Avidwi tries to do the same thing again and gets caught out instead at the hands of Dagger. 3v5 already, as we see Copium still trying to be aggressive, and this time Shinra will succeed his aggressive play style by this time getting a trade instead. Although I wouldn't say it's still favoring from Copium's end, mainly because they are in a 3v4 situation. Losing Avidwi means that there's only 3 players left from Copium's hand, and all they can rely on has to be on Shinra. You still have the C4, you still have the impact nades to deny good amount of plants, and also have a chances to open up, an entryway on the soft wall if it is required for a quick reposition. But all in all, Team Uwu, they won't be having any problems at all because they have tons of time. They have 1 minute and 40 seconds. They have the necessary utilities. All they've got to do is just find the players from the attack drones and remove them one by one.
Absolutely. Going for the refrag game is going to be really, really benefiting them here. And it will also be rewarding, but for now, it's not looking like the attackers are going for the over-aggressive plays. They are pretty much going to damage, they're going to deal a significant amount of damage pretty much all to the defenders, but still, not going that aggressive. This is something I have to compliment on. Getting rid of those glasses is going to allow the attackers to go for an execution, because those glasses on the 2nd floor near the library hallway, those are really underrated, because usually a defender or an attacker, they can simply hold onto that angle using the glass for themselves, and you can literally avoid that because it's not a one-way angle. You can still see it, but it's just a pixel for the person who's going for a peek, while the person is not gonna see any. He may not even paying any attention. But however, that defenders have been forced to fall back, and now going for the execution of the attacking side. It's looking like they're going to be putting some vertical pressure. They do have somewhat utility, but it's still going to be remaining a frag-heavy game. Kato's going to be getting rid of Cheesy Chimkin with the SMG-11. Looking for more. It's going to be Dresh on getting rid of KW. So the Shinra, but so far he can go in front of the SMG-11 once again. And it's going to be a 5-on split. It's a very dominating split coming in from the side of Uwu as they're simply fragging it out. The strategical play was really, a far equation from here. Good attempt from the side of Copium as they were able to find one round, but then again, it's really just putting up to the equation that how Copium is struggling to keep themselves alive. The refrag game has been faltered. I think Uwu, they might have a huge advantage when it comes to taking the map for themselves because this is a map they chose for themselves. Copium, they did have good plays, but it really feels heartbreaking. It really feels like lackluster. Their communication was on point. I would give you that, but playing 4v5 for 2 maps back-to-back, understanding that you could have done so much better, and the only factor you cannot is because some of your players they're simply forced to play some other different roles. It is a factor of demotivation, Baba, and this is exactly where Copium is having a hard time on. They're struggling from it, and at the same time you can blame them for it because even we personally, we wouldn't like to play an agent composition we're not familiar with, right? And this is exactly what's happening in the voice command in the Copium. I'm pretty sure about that.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Throwing the bait.
Now, knowing that this end of the scoreboard, we cannot change anything about it. We could only think that if Psycho was present from Team Copium's end, we could have seen a better fight, a better competition. But talking about Psycho's end on the side of Team Copium, unfortunately, she had a power cut, and maybe that's the main issue why Copium has to start off on a 4v5. Drish, right from outside the spawn peak of basement, decides to get 2 kills and another as he gets triple. All you gotta do is just find Chichi Chimkins, and whether round number 7 would be at the hands of Team Ubu, putting themselves back on match point. So, regarding the issue on Psycho's hand, she is, like I said, power issues, connectivity issues are the main reason why she couldn't join on Team Copium's end. So Copium were forced to do a 4v5 situation. Unfortunate because when it comes to connectivity issues and power cuts, we usually have a lot of that situations happening in the South APAC region. So we couldn't do anything much more about it. So hopefully in the lower brackets, when we see Copium go up against Team Noah Kyla Warriors, maybe we could see them fight back with all 5 players being available. But all in all, as you can see in this result itself, is just Cheesy Chimkins left in a 1v4, and I'm pretty sure that this will take a lot of time. Cheesy Chimkins will succeed in taking out Thresh because he was all by outside. He was right outside the building, which means that his location will be constantly pinged. But it was all a trap nonetheless. DZ will be there with the SMG-11, gets the headshot. It is match point nonetheless for Team Uwu.
I guess now it makes a lot of sense why the side of Uwu went for the Nomad ban, because they wanted to be aggressive and now they're being aggressive. This is just a replication of the very first map, Baba, because on the very first map, on the very first round, we remember the defenders didn't allow any soul of the attacking side to be inside the building. And this is exactly what happened once again. Drish went outside, went for a run out, and he found 2. On the second run out, he found another one. And on the third one, he was outside. He was like, okay, guys, this is a walk in the park. And he was being a distraction, as you mentioned. And the mute went for the refrag. So even if these questionable plays are coming in, we can see the side of Uwu. They're having their coordination on point, because I'm pretty sure that Drish understood that, okay, I'm looking for the kill, that is for sure, because I cannot go for an ace, so why not go for the 4K, because there are all 4 players on the opposition. But even if we do see the players are going not, it's not happening, we have backup plans. So this is how fast they're adapting to the situation. Who has everything on their pocket now? The world is favoring them. Copium, nice attempt, but it's just an unfortunate day. And it feels like that they have taken absolute control of the map. I'm not gonna say the game itself has reached a point of no return by any means. But if it is the case, Copium will have to do everything to bring themselves back on the board. And even then, there is opportunities for the side of Copium, because as you said, they will be fighting against the side of Noah Kyla Warriors tomorrow. So they might be able to do something out of the hatch, but still the aggression is gonna be there. But this time it's gonna be Cheesy Chimik is gonna say hi to Drish, taking the head off the Oryx. good start coming in indeed. And now I think this is the moment where the side of Uwu will understand that, okay, we are being too aggressive, guys. Being greedy is okay, but actually, never mind. Greed is never good. Being confident is okay. Being bold is okay, but greed is something else. But it's still gonna depend. It's still gonna depend if the side of Uwu, if they're gonna struggle in format, because there's the Oryx of the board. Oryx is just a straightforward fragger. He can open up walls and he can climb through hatches, but it's not necessary that as an Oryx you have to stay alive to bring your kit available, like an Echo or a Smoke. So maybe the remainder will do the work just fine. It's gonna be Ragnar who will be making some progress, but it's gonna be KEKW to slap back. It's a 3v3 once again, and things are looking very confident from the side of Copium.
Yeah, for Copium, although things are stacked against them, they're still finding a way to remove players one by one. And on the bright side, removing both Dresh and Ragnarok would at least put them on a decent state. Attack drones just giving vital information on Thorn's whereabouts, would at least give them a focus. Have necessary utilities, they have the grenades, they could use it to either flush or get a confirmation on the kill. I'm guessing that Shinra does see the laser sight being pointed towards the door side, so he knows the Jaeger's whereabouts. Beautifully done with that re-peek. Peeks once and then crouch peeks another to get that headshot. Timed right, and now this will give Uwu a very difficult situation. Alibi's holograms will give away one of the players' information, and that should be either Cheesy Chimpions or KEKW. Actually, it was KEKW's whereabouts. And knowing that Uwu just needs to play according to time, you still gotta worry that the site is compromised. KEKW, on the other hand, headshot from Dagger's end. Can he find a second? No, the LMG proves to be stronger in this situation. And now it's all down to Kato, who needs to clutch this 1v2. He has loads of information from the Alibi's holograms, and with that wallbang being made and the opportunity being missed, CC Simpkins will still stay alive. Post-run it is, 40 seconds for Team Kato, for Team Uwu, aka Kato, to succeed in this post-run, and I'm pretty sure that it's not going to happen because you don't have the whereabouts of KEKW's position. All in all, Team Copium will win round number 8 bar in Gaming Room without a hassle. And round number 9, I'm pretty much sure that Uwu will be playing it safe as best as possible.
Well, that was a very aggressive round from the side of Uwu, but looks like their aggression is going to be punishing them very severely, because the moment the Oryx went down, it felt like the side of Uwu, they lost their confidence. But it was something the side of Copium banked on, and I really loved the play in general, because whenever a frag came out from the side of Uwu, the refrag has been there, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from the side of Copium for a very long time. And now with that confidence, if they can keep themselves alive, they might be able to push it to overtime and maybe to the third map.
Attackers
It's
need to
still
locate
looking
and defuse
really
bomb.
difficult to do so, but I have my faith on them on the side of Copium, as they're actually focusing heavily on the fragging capabilities, bringing the knock as well for the grenades and
Bomb
from the
located by
SMG.
attackers.
Maybe unpredictability is gonna be running heavily, because they understand going for the strategical counter is not gonna be the strongest aspect here. I mean, they're still gonna try to do so, if I'm not wrong, for a plan B, but from the current standpoint, I think going for a frag out play is gonna be much more commendable, to say the very least, because Uwu did the same thing. And I guess they will remain to do so, because I do see a couple of impressive compositions coming in. Kato's going for the Bandit 77. I'm pretty sure the Cade is going to be played, but along with that, they're making sure that even if there is any possibilities for a breach, they're going to be denying. There is a Maverick which will be seen, which will be swapped out for the knock. So, not bad of a composition, but when it comes to these strategical play, we have seen the side of Copium really struggling. It's all, once again, we're going to rely on the side of Shinra, because he has been a very strong player so far. He's going to have to remain like that. We do see the aggression once again from the side of the defenders, from the side of the Ella, going to the spray onto the main door, but still, it's going to be a full-on push on the trench side. So I love how the attackers are taking the decisions here, because they understand going for the roam hunt, it's not going to be very strong. Simply going for an aggressive execution onto the objective itself may be very beneficial. Apologies for that. We were going to be seeing DZ taken out very quickly, so some solid footing has been found from the side of the attackers.
Bomb has been
But now
located.
they'll have to look for the breach as well, because the thermite is still gonna be there. It's gonna take a significant amount of damage, but it's gonna be targeted by onto the side of the Ella as well. And looks like there is a possibility of a flank from the side of the defenders, because I did see a presence onto the Solarium side from a defender.
I can see the pressures being induced around the wine cellar side, and Dresh Really needs to get out because he's been constantly been flashed, banged from the attackers. Denials, some certain denials should be made from Kites' end, and the concussion will at least make sure that some information will be relayed. Second frag, and it's Cheesy Chimkins who gets the better fall. Removing Kato out of the equation would put Team Uvu on a very bad spot, and that concussion will at least give them some vital information. But does he know that KEKW is playing near the plant? No, it does not. There's a perfect cover being placed around from the defensive side, but they finally got it. C4, will that connect? It won't, but at least on the bright side, they've downed the Wedby, and Ragnarok decided to do the same thing, but it ends up being his own demise. It's now all on the hands of Dagger as he finds one.
Bomb diffuser.
Still needs to find two more. Can he be able to get it? No, he won't. Cheesy Chimkins will get the better hand. Be able to win round number 9 at ease, which means Copium, I'm pretty sure that they are mounting for a comeback.
They're looking for just that, and they're all really on the brink of making it happen. It is still match point for the side of Uwu here, and it was just an unfortunate round for the side of Uwu because it felt like that they were not paying attention to the aggression from the attacking side, because when the Aruni went down, it was pretty much confirmed that okay, the attackers are going aggressive from a defensive perspective, that is. But it felt like the defenders, they simply did not react to that. The bandit did go for the rotation, but unfortunately, every single flanks which were attempted by the defenders just fell short in the hands of Cheesy Chimkin. And I must give the credit
Attackers
to
need
the
to
Jacko
locate
in
and
general,
defuse
because
as
it was
many
an
bombs as they
exceptional
can.
performance from him. And these exceptional plays are giving the side of Copium the rounds. I remember it was first the side of Shinra going for it, and then we saw the side of Avidwi, then we are seeing CG Chimkin, and maybe this is an opportunity for the side of KEKW to make it happen. And it is only 3 more rounds to go for, even though it is double the rounds they already have, so a pressure still gonna be there. But maybe the defenders understand, Tigers understand that if they are being aggressive, they might be able to get the best out of their opposition. But here on out, that the defenders can also expect the same, because they're having a lot of faking capabilities. They're not going for any trap operator whatsoever, because they do not need to do that for the time being. But it's all gonna rely on the unpredictability factor. This is something Copium has been very successful with, but for how long? Because fairly enough, Uwu, they might be able to pick themselves back up. Once again, we're going to be seeing an attempt onto the spawn peaks on the defensive side, but they will not find any success. These aggressive plays are really, really, commendable. But at the same time, how much can you find out of this? And I guess they will find just enough to drop the diffuser with V. That is their Yana off the board. There is going to be 4 more grenades which will be available, but a very important kill indeed. Drish is going to go hyper aggressive, and he's going to find the Finka in the process. And looks like the side of Uwu is just here to close it up. They're not taking any prisoners. And now there's a lot of pressure on the side of Shinra and KEKW.
Yeah, Team Uvu, they are not taking any chances anymore. So they decided to put the pedal to the metal and be aggressive this time. Double runouts, removing both of the players on the side of Team Copium, which leads to Shinra and KEKW, who needs to make its mark. And Shinra, on the other hand, might have a surprise element, and he will get that one frag. There goes Ragnarok, but at the cost of him being on low HP. I'm pretty sure that he only has 10 HP remaining, so a single shot to the leg would be more than enough to get the kill. 12 kills to Shinra. And on the side of Team Uvu, I'm pretty sure it's 9 kills from Dagger. DZ, on the other hand, will win the gunfight from the UMP, and it's just KEKW who needs to clutch this out. And I'm pretty sure that Copium, it's difficult to predict here, man. It's very difficult to predict whether if this would happen or not. But an attempt will be made, and KEKW will ensure that even though there are so many things that he needs to take care of, the C4s, the post plant, and the rest of the 4 players who are just patiently waiting for KEKW to make its push. He still has a minute left, and with the information being given from the default cams, I'm pretty much sure that KEKW will be cornered around. All they've got to do is just find this man right here, but Mozzie decides to do the initiative. He loses the gunfight in which he is downed. Information will be given from the red pings. He'll be able to destroy it, but he still need to be careful on the second one. Good headshot. 2 at the price of 1. And now he needs to find 2 more players, Dagger and Kato. 9 kills from Dagger. As I'm pretty sure that they will patiently wait from the side itself, but if they be more aggressive and it gets caught out on a very tough spot, then KEKW might bring this round back. Dagger, he really needs to be careful. He doesn't know his whereabouts. KEKW All it requires is just a body shot, but for KW it just requires a head! And it's not gonna work out. Good attempt from KW, but in the end it will be Team Uwu who will win round number 10. And there you have it, folks. Map number 2 at the hands of Team UWU. They will win this match and they will proceed into the next phase. And for Team Copium, they will have their final stand in the lower brackets.
It was a wonderful execution from the side of the attackers, and as I said, they are playing these individual plays, and when it comes to shining, they really shine their bright as well. Unfortunately, the manpower disadvantage is exactly where the bottom line has to be here, Baba. And to be very honest, I'm pretty sure that if they had 5 players, the side of Uwe had a run for their money. Now I can say it because we have seen these impossible plays. The Zofia was not supposed to get so many kills in the last round, and at the same time, Shinder was not supposed to get the clutch he made, and it can go beyond and forth. So I must give the kudos to the side of Opium in a very fashionable manner because they might have lost 2 maps back to back, but the fight they have put on to the side of Uwu, wonderfully done. And now this is just a moment where the side of Uwu will have to be careful onwards because now they cannot be so much aggressive. And now we're gonna be getting to highlights, ladies and gentlemen, to exactly see what happened back in the game. Because Uwu, yeah, we have seen so many aggressive plays, and these usually aren't seen in your general rank games because it's just an outgunning manner. It feels like they're simply you know outgunning them, not taking any prisoners, going for the absolute destruction of their positions. And it really breaks my heart that Copium really fell short here. And as I said, the factor is gonna come back every single time here. The man disadvantage. The coordination was on point. I'm gonna say the first map it was somewhat questionable, but on the second map, Copium was able to pick themselves back up. Uwu just went to adrenaline mode on the second map, and they simply went for the plays where Copium did not expect them to be. For example, this one, Finka simply walked down to the stairways, and nobody expected her to be there. And from that specific location, she was able to pick up 3 players, 4 players actually. It was a tactical ace, if I want to put it like that. So these are moments Copium fell short, but I'm pretty sure they will be able to recover from it because Uwu, this is just a lucky day for them because 4v5 after all. There is no other way to put it.
Yep. There's no other way to put it, Crystal. I mean, when it comes to unlucky moments, Copium is currently the one who's facing the wrong end of the stick, especially Psycho. Like I said, power issues, connectivity issues. There are some certain things that we cannot get a hold of, and that's obviously, of course, the connectivity issues and the power cuts. So, hopefully, all I've asked for Team Copium is. Fingers crossed. Hope I get to see all 5 players being present for the lower brackets matchup when they would go up against Team Noah Kyla Warriors. But all in all, Team Uvu, they'll be happy knowing that they will succeed both of the maps. They will proceed into the next phase where they will go up against Team Waterboyz. So I hope they're prepped and ready for that matchup. But all in all, there's nothing a lot that I could say on both map number 1 and 2. It was, more likely one-sided, but you still gotta admire the way how it took lens for Team Copium to hold their ground, especially Shindra, Chasey Chimkins. Both of them had made an exceptional effort while being on defense as well as on offense. They've got great amount of kills. Even the cost percentage is both the same as you saw on both map number 1 and 2. But all in all, when it comes to advantage in man count, it's usually Team Uwu who gets the better end of it. 90% cost for Dagger, having a KD ratio of 11 to 5, 3 initial first pick, and Ragnar on the other hand, 9 kills, 60% cost, and 2 initial picks from his end. Shinra, on the other hand, will have 12 kills, Awidby with 5, Drish with 7, and there you have it, folks. Second map, 2-0 at the hands of Team Uwu, who will succeed the upper brackets, and they will proceed into the next phase. Congratulations to them, as they will go up against Team Waterboyz. Again, we won't be able to see map number 3 border, mainly because, map number 1 and 2 was at the hands of Team Uwu. So there you have it. What's more interesting about it is that in this entire playoffs, only Kira Esports, and also as we take a look at the brackets itself, only Kira Esports and Noah Kyla Warriors, only that match went all the way to deciders. The rest of it is just 2-0. Every single match that we've cast on both upper brackets and lower brackets, all of them ended up on a 2-0 note. And for tomorrow's matchup, we have Copium, who will go up against Noah Kyla Warriors for tomorrow, and the second matchup, which will be Team Crouch Potatoes up against GEE2 Esports. On the other hands of the upper bracket match, we have Team Waterboyz, who will go up against Team Uvu. The winner of it will have a spot to the grand finals, and also they'll have a chance to check out their rivalries in the lower brackets matchup itself, where that's where most of the fights and contests would happen. Although for tomorrow it's eliminations day, so out of these four teams, two will be going back home. So who will it be? Will it be Copium? Will it be Noah Kyla Warriors? Would it be Team Crouch Potatoes or GE2 Esports? Only time will tell, folks. And those matches will be up for tomorrow. And that tomorrow will be an amazing matchup for the Esports Club Community Cup series Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege. And if you guys want to have, if you guys want to take a look at the game of Rainbow-Six-Siege, go ahead. Check the link in the description below. Get yourself a free, the game for Rainbow-Six-Siege with a good discount. And also, you have Zotac Gaming with their top-notch graphic cards. All you gotta do is just check out on the link in the description below to get most of your offers, and also our broadcast partner Loco, which in fact they'll give us some entertaining content, as well as content creators who are currently present in the scene. And there you have it, folks. That would be the end of the series. So the end of the stream for today. Again, apologies. Hope you guys enjoyed it. This is me, Baugusta. With me I have Cresto and also Assassin47 on the broadcast end. And also a huge shout out for the admins who've been bringing up the matches all the way from 4 to 9:45. So that would be it. I hope to see you guys for tomorrow. Until then, good night, take care, and see you.
I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire. I I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red